My apologies for being late. We are late. There's just no avoiding it. I can blame the weed this time. So, a fun story about smoking Mr. Scotto's weed. Last two joints were Mr. Scotto's weed. Oh, I got to mute myself. Dang.
Oh, the show's for educational entertainment purposes only. 21 and plus over. Get the fuck out if you're not.
Thanks, Smashed. See, I can blame the weed, seriously. First time I screwed up like that, right? Ladies and gerbils, I smoked Pig Chris about an hour ago, and woof, got real nice and toasted, honestly. I found myself getting real blasted. And then basically I was like, you know what, could possibly follow this up with a chaser or something. I was like, man, I've got a little bit of his Pacifica Days left. So basically he gave me two Pig Chris's, Pig Chris 1, Pig Chris 2. So he labeled them and Pacifica Days, number 1 and number 2. He gave me a few other things too. Uh, I'm biased, obviously, and so my favorite things were mine. He's obviously not biased, but his favorite things actually were mine too. That was kind of fun. He really liked the Pacifica Days. He really liked the Pig Chris as well. For different reasons. Interestingly enough, the Picris really shines out with that mom. The mom is swine flu from Family Tree Seeds. We don't really see nearly enough about him, but used to be buddies with him over on the EO show, and I got a hold of his tester at the time, swine flu, and I don't think he ended up going forward with that one. But I found a really nice, like asphalt greasy, like literally like asphalt terps. Like if you're basically at the I don't know. Construction zone or something on the road, and you smell that basically that wet asphalt, like that like hot asphalt, pretty much. That or like a sunny day, kind of sometimes the asphalt will kind of kind of leak a little bit. That kind of terp basically, or that kind of smell. Um, I think the mom had some SFEOG in it, blah blah blah. Anyway, regardless, nice stuff. Honestly, nice breeding. Definitely's got that kind of OG or maybe chem style, kind of a chem look to it, but very much of an OG structure. But honestly, quite a bit more. What's the word I'm looking for? Less finicky than an OG. I mean, I've got an OG right now that a few people are like, "Oh my God, you got that one?" It's not that hard to find or anything. Don't worry, it's not like the fucking ghost or something like that. But anyway, it's something from kind of local, and a couple people were like, "Oh, I want to get hold of that," and I'm like, "Man, I don't know if you want it because like I don't know if I'm gonna keep it. Like I've had it for a while, and I'm like, fuck, it's just a bitch of a plant. Like it really takes forever
Isn't
to
that the
grow,
thing
and
with the
it
OGs
just
though?
literally, yeah, apparently that's the thing with OGs. It's really infuriating. I'm like, fuck, they couldn't breed this shit out. Anyway, they grow like garbage, honestly, most of them. And fortunately, swine flu is not one of those. Swine flu actually is a result of some pretty good breeding. So props to Family Tree Seeds. He's been on the show before, but I think I probably had to take those shows private. Anyway, regardless, maybe one of these days I'll get them back. But in the meantime, one of these days I have to get on, also actually have to get on setting up the join thing so you guys can actually join the channel so that we can actually keep repeating words. I don't know. Anyway, um, hopefully it's not one of those days. We need to set that up so you guys can actually join up and hear some of those old episodes because I know some of you, at least some of you, I don't know how many of you, but some of you certainly want some of those old episodes. Man, we got literally dozens of episodes with Coot and such a pity that ended that way, but whatever. It is what it is. Every once in a while, I get asked, like, "Oh, how's Coot?" And I'm like, I wouldn't know. I don't even, I don't even know why he's on the show, honestly. Anyway, we wish him well. Cheers, everyone in the chat. Before we say hello to the panel here, we've already got a couple favorites on the panel here, ladies and gentlemen. But before we do so, look at that, Jones and To Grow. I think you are first in the chat with a hearty yarg. That is verbatim. That's exactly what Jones and To Grow said. Well done on the firsting. I think that might be one of your firstings, and not even the firsting. Honestly, that's that we should somehow win a prize or something. SR Organics right behind him. He said, "I'm here, y'all." Literally right behind him. Robert Benjula's in the chat. He said, cheers. Good to see, of course. D Zombies holding it down in the chat. If you guys didn't know, D is one of the two or
I
three
love my
main
phone.
moderators on the channel. So if you, even if you are a moderator, you can't fuck with D. It'd be kind of amusing to see you try because he's one of the, like I said, the main moderators on the channel. Barrington, good to see you. He's saying that last dab got me right in the kisser. Smack dab in the kisser. Robert. Oh, link is forthcoming. Robert Benjula. Good reminder, though. Of course, Robert Benjula may be on a phone or whatever that may be challenging to
It doesn't matter.
get the
I'm not.
link. I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter, but not everyone's tech savvy, so we get the link here just for everybody. But in the
It should
meantime,
be.
if you do have Zoom, and you probably have Zoom on your phone, and if you don't have Zoom, like the actual app Zoom, download it. It's worth it. If only for this, basically. If for no other feature, it's worth it for this. It'll save your rooms pretty much. So it'll make you log in like it probably does on the website anyway, because Zoom is just a butt and it makes you log in for everything. Everything these days makes you fucking log in. It's pretty infuriating, honestly, because they track you and sell your information. But whatever, we can't help that because fuck, how else you connect? Seriously, like, what are you gonna fucking do? Like, when you get the terms of service, they're like, "Well, accept or decline." Okay, I can either be part of the modern world, or I can fucking give away my goddamn entire DNA and bank account, whatever else. Anyway, but long story short, ladies and gentlemen, getting back to the subject, you can in the Zoom app, essentially. I think you might be able to do this on the web app too, but I'm not 100% sure. In the meantime, I know you can do it with the actual phone app, so please download one of those and then log in. Just basically log in with your account. If you have a free account, just log in. It's no big deal. You don't actually have to. Oh, there he is. So we'll probably have to change his name really quickly. Um, let's change his name to. Let's change his name to Buttman.
Um,
um, his name is Buttman. We'll rename him in a second, but that's kind of amusing to me. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, what was I going to say? Just like he did right now, you can search through your Zoom and basically hit the link. So look at that. Buttman in the house.
I went to go take a dab the other day
I'll
before
rename him.
Call of
I don't
Duty.
know.
I know how to do that.
It was one of those dabs that hit you like hard. I couldn't stop coughing, and I almost threw up.
That's quite a bit. Did I ever tell you that the biggest dab that I have ever seen someone take to the face, and I've heard of people taking 5 and 10 gram dabs, but it was a solid 3 gram dab to the face that a not even 98 pound girl took, woman, obviously, because she was over 21, but young woman, probably 23 or something, like really quite a young woman, and literally like 97, 98 pounds, like stick thin. And she just basically huffed that freaking dab for 2 minutes, pretty much, just kept taking breaths, blowing it out, taking another breath, blowing it out. And finally, like it was like a titanium, one of those titanium, oh, what a, not a nail exactly. What were those called?
Yeah, titanium man.
Anyway, one of those fucking things, kind of like a slurper, but it was made of titanium at the time. This is about 3, 4
Yeah,
years ago.
the titanium nail.
Uh,
You're right.
she walked away. She did fall asleep maybe a half hour later, but it was at the old cannabis club. It was pretty funny to see. It was at one of our old events, not one of my events, I think somebody else's, but regardless, uh, uh, no, not Boom Farms. You're always talking about Boom Farms. It's fuck, it's a name just like that though, from kind of Southern Oregon. Anyway, nice people with a B. Good to see everyone in the chat. Who have I not
Boom.
said hello to? Dead Fish fan. What was that, Smashed?
Boom's a homie. I was actually at his shop the other day.
Yeah, Boone's from Oregon originally, but I don't know if I've ever actually met him. The name is familiar, but I don't know if I know him.
Yeah,
Anyway,
yeah.
we should actually say hello to the chat. By the way, Dead Fish fan is in the house. Jeff is in the house. What's going on? I am going to post the link here for you guys. There we go.
Wait, so
Pinning right now. But like I said, go to the app, log in, scroll through your previous meetings because you these days probably use Zoom for other things, let's be honest. If you have not, then it'll be really easy because it'll just be the only meeting that you have used before, and it'll say Humidor's private meeting. Just click on that, and if the meeting's live, you'll be able to join. Interestingly enough, if the meeting's not live, you'll be able to join, but you'll join in like a waiting room, and so you'll just sit there. Sometimes I get a notification, sometimes I don't. But literally, sometimes I think people test that link and I'll get a notification, so and so has joined your link at 3 o'clock in the morning or whatever. But if we were there live, you'd be able to join that room.
I
Presuming,
always,
of course, that someone lets you in, I guess. It's not like you.
sorry, I'll
Do you
I,
have
stop.
any ideas?
That.
Go ahead,
on my
Smash.
phone, you're the only one. On my computer, there's a couple.
Oh,
Right. It's like a love story. You're the only Zoom for me. Cheers, bud.
Uh,
Kilowatt. Good to see you in the chat. By the way, welcome in the panel. D, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, everybody? What's going on, chat? Here we are, Tuesday. Woo! I'm smoking on
Wednesday.
what?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Past and
Wednesday.
future together. Oh shit! Don't accidentally ban people. All right, sorry. I was right clicking and I don't know why.
Oh, don't do that.
What's going on, Smash? Oh, did we actually finish saying hello to D? D, what's your
No.
channel, by the way? You oftentimes do a pre-show
Oh
at
yeah,
D underscore zombie 745, right? Or did I get that
that's
wrong?
right. Yes,
Sweet.
that's it. I
So,
totally forgot to do a pre-show. I got busy with supper tonight. Sorry,
well,
guys.
it happens. You probably got high. Did I mention that I smoked Pit Chris? I did mention that I got smoked Pit Chris and then Pacifica Days. Super nice. I really want to breed that Pit Chris again. I still have that swine flu, so thankfully it made it through the whole fucking garden apocalypse of fall. Uh, I think I tried to breed it in the fall and it just didn't work out. We had a tiny little plant, but it didn't work out, I don't think.
You guys have
Anyway, I
some.
did actually get some seeds, believe it or not. I did. I thought I got no fucking seeds, but I did get a few little seeds. I got to germ test them because a lot of them are super small so far, but nice tiger striped. So they might be viable for testers. So we'll see. I don't think I would release seeds like this because they're comically small. But if they germ, fuck, they could be some good testers. So we'll see. What were you gonna say, Smash?
Do you guys have any night? Like we had some really nice days this past week.
Oh,
Yeah.
today was the first nice day, actually. Recently it's been weird. Snowy and but not that I mean cold, but not cold enough for the snow to stick. So it's kind of like a I don't know, it's like you're always you're to your at least to your brain, you're like, why is it even snowing? You know, like obviously nature doesn't care, but somehow in your brain you're like, if it's gonna snow, it should actually either snow or not snow. But anyway, we've had all kinds of weird fucking weather. Today was gorgeous though. And I think
Yeah,
the next few
it's
days actually are going to be, let me see here.
just been rainy.
Yeah, a few days.
Yeah.
Well, at least 3 or 4 days are going to be really nice. Okay,
It was.
comparatively nice. High temperature, fucking 46, 54, or something like that. Not
We
that
had
hot,
we had a
let's be
60
frank.
degree day
But
last week. Like
the sun
t-shirt
came out
weather.
today and I was like, oh shit, the sun. Oh, it's so warm. It's still probably 47 degrees. But anyway, comical.
Oh, I'm
What's
going
going
to
on,
see Bone
Smash?
Thugs and Harmony coming up.
Oh, right on. That's an old
Can't
name.
wait.
That's
And then I'm
Okay.
seeing
Chris
Papoose,
Kowalski.
Styles P. You probably don't know who Papoose is. Well, you might,
I
but
know the name.
he's
no, like,
good. D.
I don't think I know it.
isn't Papoose like something to do with kids or something?
I
No,
don't.
that was a cartoon character. Began with a B. Oh,
Um, yeah, he's an old school rapper. He never like he's big, but he's not Drake big or like Dr. Dre big. You know what I mean?
Drake.
Apparently, Rihanna is bigger now than Drake. She's the third most played
Just put out a
musician,
country
which is
album.
very nice because Rihanna doesn't suck, whereas I think Drake does suck. So that's obviously a matter of taste, I suppose. But
Drake's
if you
all
have
right.
good taste, I'm pretty sure that you.
He has hit or misses.
On behalf of all
I
you,
just really dislike his whole thing, just his whole, all of it. Honestly, the whole vibe, just literally all of it from the top to the bottom, the haircut, everything. Just the whole even the
Um,
name just kind of drives me nuts. I know that whatever. Just fuck him. I don't care.
dude, he's Toronto's golden boy.
yeah,
Even
on
more
behalf
so.
of we
I
apologize.
think I've been to Toronto a couple times. That was good. That was enough. So I kid.
Supposedly,
It's not that bad.
Hey,
so
that's
here's
It doesn't suck so bad.
quite
The
familiar.
Toronto Science Museum,
I've heard it's actually
if
pretty
you
cool.
have kids, is a
Expensive as fuck
great
though.
place to like go drop them off when they're like 10, 11 years old and just let them go
I just
through
leave them
the,
there.
yeah, because it's
Oh,
all
wrong.
centered around
20 years
things
later,
to
you come back.
do.
He's the head of the museum. Nice.
Are you, are you
here's a
talking
shitty
about the?
fact about Drake that will make it so you don't like him more. So he built his mansion
Hey, bud.
where a famous architect had a mansion. He leveled the famous architect's mansion to build this.
Oh, I'm not even a little bit
Mr.
surprised. Yeah,
Rights,
he's apparently also really a pro
Russell Wright.
sport, everything else. Yeah, no, there's a really funny story. Mind you, none of the people in this story are good people, but there's a really funny story with the singer of the Antwoord, no, the rapper of the Antwoord, Ninja. Uh, he was at Kanye West's house because he and his band were hot shit for a while. He's turned out to be a rapist and whatever, kind of like all the people apparently. But basically, they get invited to Drake's house because apparently Drake is a nut for basketball, and he finds out that Ninja is over there and is also a nut for basketball. So basically, Kanye and Drake go over and play Drake and some other dude. I can't remember who. Quite a funny story, honestly. You can find it on YouTube and whatever else. But apparently, Drake has a very poor sense of sport, all that kind of stuff. So yeah.
I can
Oh,
see
also
that.
he macks on young women too, so that's kind of fucking up. Like seriously, like you could have basically any woman in the world at that point when you're Drake, age appropriately, and you mac on like 15-year-old chicks, like he was macking on Billie Eilish when she was still like 15, 16 years old. Like, dude, not cool. So fuck off. That right there, honestly, like dogs and kids and shit, horses. What else?
So I
I
got
don't
plants
know.
in
I
the
got
grow
a
room.
cat that took my chair.
Misusing weed,
That's
smoking it
cute.
wrong, smoking boof too much. That's I kid. Cheers everyone in the chat.
We
Of
are
course,
in
CTC is going
officially
on. He
in my
says
grow
it's on
room.
YouTube. It must be true. That's how
Or
it is.
officially in my grow room.
CTC saying Drake and Rihanna eat kids. It's well known. I mean, people are saying right now, like right there. Bobby Bad Seed is saying New York rapper from the early, I think it was a typo, 2000s. Good to see a Bobby Bad Seed. And he's also saying nice. What's going on, bud? What's the good word?
Huh?
Just
Hey, bud.
chilling after a couple hectic days. But yeah, getting ready to do a dab and chill out.
Right on. Cheers, buddy. Did we say hello to Captain?
No.
Nah, that's all
What's
right,
going on,
though.
Captain?
I'm
That
going.
amuses me that your cat has an entire chair to itself.
I went to go get a drink, and he just decided that I'm going to take your chair.
Hey, they're living at my friend's house, but my three dogs, they had their own couch and this chair in the living room that well, the couch was always theirs, like, and the chair became theirs. But yeah, no one sat in either of those places, especially the couch, because it was basically a dog couch.
I know a couple people that have slept on that couch. It ain't always a dog couch. Well, I guess so.
So
Me and Dave been on it, so
look, we're
Oh, look at
officially
that.
in my grow room.
Smashed new room. Look at that. Oh, where's that spotlight? There we go.
hey, it's actually white.
Yeah,
Huh.
look at that. Clean
You
floor.
must have
Well,
put
give us a
film
tour,
up
Smash.
all
I think this
around.
is the first time we've seen it up.
The left wall. This is the right wall. Right on.
These are the plants I had going. These are all mine, regular seeds. These are all feminized. I popped more
Hmm.
seeds. Um, we're gonna move. Oh, I put there's just 2x4s underneath there and some wood, just keeping them off the ground for now.
Hmm.
I'll build something more permanent like that, like this
If you
thing.
have a Costco local, by the way, this is something that I noticed the other day. Not every Costco will have this, but I think it's in the coupon book. Hurry up and take a look. They have the foam workout mats or whatever. They're like interlocking foam mats, and they're on sale for like 15, 16 bucks. They're perfect for under a tent or under a tray or whatever else, basically to separate the floor. Go for it. So I smashed.
I
Oh no,
bought
you're right. I was looking at those, like the like garage floor, gym floors.
Hmm. They
I
reek when
got
you
some.
first put them in.
But
So honestly, if you can open them up outdoors and leave them out for a couple days, do that.
we're gonna.
You know
So
what?
right now, I have two lights right here, and I'm just gonna end up taking this one down and putting it. I'm just gonna try to put it in a line right here, just to get like one straight line across, because
Mm,
it's a pretty big gap. I didn't realize how big of this gap would have been because when I was hanging
mm.
the hooks, you know what I mean. But I definitely have this HLG 100 and the 600 pretty much in line with each other. I'm just gonna move this one over.
Mm. Yeah,
But
that
sooner
100
or
is
later,
definitely for your eyes and like for the camera right now, it looks like it's not that much difference. But I'll bet you anything, you get a par meter down there, you're gonna see fucking tons over there on the left and just barely enough over the right. So yeah, you need more light. Good
so we're
discovery
gonna
though.
bring.
I'm having kind of the same problem basically right now, and unfortunately, I'm smack in the middle of flowers, so it's a little bit awkward for me to get up there and redo the hooks because basically I have a more powerful light, but it's heavier, and so basically one of my old PLCs, it's actually it is it's an old light now, but it's a I love it. It's still to this day it's a banger of a light, PLC 6. Anyway, it's a 600-watt light, 160, I guess, 160 watts more than what I have right now. But the fucker is like 2, 3 times as heavy. Oh man, I'm gonna have to wait until I harvest and then put it up then. Anyway, I could really use more light. Plus, I was trying to find in storage, I was trying to find my I have a piece of shit nano. I mean, it's not a piece of shit, I guess, but it's a Nanolux dual-ended CMH, and I didn't like it basically in the basement that I used to grow in because my ceiling height was not just ridiculous, right? But now I have all the ceiling height I could possibly want, and I can't find that goddamn light. Fucking suck a dick. Fucking ridiculous. Isn't that how
So
life works?
I
I
set up.
had
We
I had
set up
all.
a 720 LED in one of our rooms because one of the double, but it's on a light mover because that the room's
Mm,
on light mover, so we just put it on a light mover, so it moves over uh, basically a tray and a half, right? And yeah, the results are pretty killer. I mean, it's only about
Are
halfway
they on
through.
par with your double endeds on the light
Well,
mover?
it's only halfway through the run. We'll see. I mean,
But as
but
far as the
I'll
growth
tell you one
goes,
thing that why I like light movers is because even if it just moves like a few feet back and forth, it gives different angles. Like it like gives the light. Maybe it's not as important with LED because uh yeah, it's like a big square, where HPS is just one bulb, but like moving, yeah, what light movers kind of fell out of favor in growing, but it used to be a thing. People used to use a lot of light movers. I still do, but
I do.
uh, yeah, like even smash, like you'd be surprised. Like there's science that shows that's like if the light is moving and then moves back within a certain amount of time, the plant never notices like uh, that it didn't get the light for whatever a minute or so while it moved. I mean, it still gets light, but not the par goes down or the lumens. Well, it moves, but yeah, I mean, it's been a lot of years since I read up on it, but yeah, the idea there is that yeah, plants don't. If the light mover's moving at the right speed, the plants don't notice that it's not there. That's the idea.
So I had all of these plants. There's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14 plants down here right now. I had them all under this HLG 100 upstairs. And they did all right. These are all my stuff. This is actually some of the stuff you sent me, bud. There's a Wilson Otter Pop here. Um, that and then that you sent me is Strawberry Apricot, the Purple Punch from Larry Legend.
Well, just to clarify, I just sent you uh, seeds that I got from Free Seed Day. So, yeah, like
Back there's a Critical Kush that's been
I
sitting
didn't read
around.
them. No, I don't even. Maybe a couple of those people I know, but that was like, if I remember, yeah, that was just the whole bag. Like I gave you one of the extra bags I had of all the different things. Free seed days in like a month and
I'm
a week.
coming for my T-shirt, bud.
I got it. Even though I've moved and so many things got mixed up, I know exactly where that is. Hey, what?
When I flip them, there's some males. These are all regulars. There's 3 to 4. This one's got 4 plants in it. That's got 3, and that's got 3.
Hmm.
And they were all just in little 1 gallons. That's why they're like, you can see they were kind of getting stressed out. Now I put them from 1 gallon, 10 gallon. We're gonna see the females, and then whatever males I'm gonna cut out. That's kind of why I put 3 in each, and then this one accidentally had 4 in it, but whatever.
Hmm.
But that's apple fritter to the Chem 91 Calio. Oh, you guys, I didn't tell you guys I did this one. This is Chem Dog to Chem 91 Calio.
Hmm.
And then back there, the one that's really stressed because that one was growing crazy fast. The papaya rum cake to Chem 91 Calio. But there's a weak one in here too. I'll show you. So this is one plant. This is another plant, and this little
You should
guy's.
totally do that. Chem to Calio, just so that you can rename it something that rhymes with chim chimney o or whatever, right? Sorry, sorry for interrupting
So
you. What were you saying?
no, it's funny. That is actually, I think, the strain I'm going to bring outside and reverse this year. I want to pick 3 phenos, 1, 2 reverse, and 2 out there. And then I'm going to reverse the one and let it pollinate all 3 to make some feminized seed. So I'm
And
going to
you're
keep
going
it
to do
alive.
this outdoor.
Yeah.
You better make sure you don't have any growers near you.
I've been doing it for years. No one's complained yet.
That's good.
I mean, my neighbors are all old. I live next to a golf course, like in the nicer part of the end of my city.
I mean,
Like,
unless you
Little do you know,
particularly
the
know
golf
of
course
one.
tenders like growing a whole fucking basement in the
that'd
under
be
the
that'd be
clubhouse or
hilarious.
some shit.
I
But
mean,
if you
yeah,
know,
it's like
Every single
if
year he's got
you
seeds. You're
know
like, what the fuck?
somebody in particular, and then you'd have to care. But like, it's not like you're going to be able to find out there's other people that grow around you because, like,
That's the
even
thing, yeah.
people are. It's
They
more
keep it
open than
themselves.
ever. Most people don't tell anybody that they grow or whatever.
And that's a thing, actually, good point. Especially when you say, "Oh, they're all old." What, old people don't like weed?
Yeah,
Like,
to be
yeah,
honest. Well,
Yeah.
the other day we had to give this lady,
so
a
they
horse
seem
friend
like,
of
I
my
mean,
boss, a
bro.
ride to pick up her car, and and me and her were in the back, and we smoked a joint, and like she was like, "Oh, this is really good," and all this. I didn't know how old she was, but she was fairly old. By the time we had lunch and we got her to her spot, I don't know how it came about in conversation. Yeah, she was 87, right?
mm,
I would have maybe guessed 70 something, right? But I was like, oh yeah, like you would never have thought, oh, look at this old
mm.
stoner lady. No, not at all, right? Uh, but yeah, like you can't tell anymore. Like
No.
especially in I guess you call it the baby boomers are now, in that age range. Yeah, the my parents' generation. Oh yeah, there was not as many stoners, but now, yeah, the people that grew up in the '60s are old. So yeah, a lot of them. Some of them aren't like daily stoners, but they're people that enjoy a good toke here
So
and
I
there.
mean, I do try to mitigate like the spread of pollen. Like you guys seen me put up plastic and stuff. I spray it down. I make sure everything's wet. I got a big bush
Yeah.
behind where my garden is that I wet down and stuff. So if any pollen sticks to it, it dies. I try to mitigate as much as spread as I can, but like I do it outside. Just I don't know, makes
Well,
my life easier.
so does other people. Like it's just the way it is, right? Oh, if you lived in like an area like Humboldt or Mendocino or certain areas where the per capita the odds are there's somebody growing in one of your neighbors close to you, but where you are, odds are probably pretty slim.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Outside where the weather, like you're just not known for good enough weather to really do a lot of growing out there, right? Even though you fit in a crop,
It's tough in Massachusetts, the moisture.
hey, I remember a few years ago, James Loud came down to visit me, and he took me. It was less than it was maybe 3.5 miles from my house to a. It was a 380 acre
that's
had
the
a
light of max.
and it was CBD seed production. Literally fields and fields of cannabis plants being grown strictly for seed production. They had like 100-foot greenhouses that were just filled to the roof inside with plants they chopped down that they they had a big industrial machine that de-seeded it and all this. So to the point, I was like, oh, because I heard people say, oh yeah, pollen will like wipe you out, like if you're like 5 miles or less away. And oh, I live in a pretty windy place. Oh, these guys were like doing acres, thousands of plants, open pollinating, producing seeds by the millions. Uh, I was worried. I was worried, or I was concerned. I don't say I was worried, but then that was like 3 seasons ago. No, I never had any. It never affected my. Um, yeah, I mean, pollen could make the trip, but there's a lot of obstacles. Do you know what I mean? Everything would have to work out perfect for it to go a mile or 2 miles and still be viable and land on a plant. You know, it happens though.
Yeah, it does right here. These
I've
are
heard,
all Thai pollen with Western genetics that came out of a greenhouse.
I've heard of some like neighbors like having big issues with each other up in Northern California over exactly what we're talking about.
Happened in Michigan.
Well, I mean,
A
most
big
people,
hemp
myself,
farm got sued
I'm
over it.
sided scale, but I'm a seedless grower. So if somebody around me fucking around making seeds fucked up my whole fucking thing, I would have a big, well, I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
I'd be, I'd be fucked.
pissed.
But like really, like, well, I mean, they did whatever they did on their property. Like, I don't know, like they have the right to do what they do. You have the right to do what you do, right? So I don't know, like how I could say, like really, but oh, that would be fucked. Especially like if it was like your whole, like you had your whole livelihood depended on it. I'm sure there's been some big problems over the years with situations like that in certain areas where there's a lot of growers that live in the same areas. I mean,
So
technically,
since
if you're moving air and not really filtering it, right? If you're just exhausting and, you know, uh, indoor, you could suck in pollen and pollen. It could happen there too. But like, oh, a lot would have to go right. The first off, the pollen would have to get near your intake, and then get sucked through the ducting, go through the fan, get blown out into your room, and at the right time. So yeah, but it happens, right? I don't know how true it is, but I heard years ago that one place accused a disgruntled employee, like I guess to get back at him. That's what it was, an indoor thing, but I guess that he like let out a bunch of pollen, knowing that it would get sucked into their facility and fuck them up, like as a sabotage.
Well, these aren't sabotage, but these are some of the seeds that are coming home with me. Some of them I didn't get a lot. Like out of this bag, there's only 110 seeds. But that super silver haze times orange tie open field. This one here is a Mekong Classic times strawberry haze. I'm sure you can kind of figure out where some of the stuff that wasn't Thai came from. I don't want to mention a person's name because I really don't care for him. This is the Mekong Classic times Indian land race.
All right, so wait a second. Mekong Classic. What's that? What's that? That's obviously Mekong is a place in what country, right?
The Mekong is the river that flows down through Burma and between Laos and Thailand, and it also splits Cambodia.
So that's the classic
Thailand.
strain from the area, the Mekong.
Yeah. It comes from the region, the northeast region of Thailand that I haven't been able to get to yet. This is the dwarf Thai. And this is the Mekong times the royal Thai. I only have 70 seeds of those. There don't even look like there's 70 seeds in that pack, do they? But there is. So that was just those. Those are the ones that I didn't get quantity of. I tried, but sometimes you can only pick up a small amount. Now these are both purple, and this is the original tiger's tail. Look how big those seeds are. You thought, being down here in Thailand, your seeds would be small. Those are huge seeds.
When I was at Masonics a few months ago, he's shown him online, but somebody sent him Chinese hemp seeds.
Yeah.
And like they're almost the size of a pachinko ball. They're like a ball bearing. Like I never like it's enormous. It like when you actually see it and put it like hold it, you're like, holy fuck! It's like it's a giant seed, and I guess he's planted one and has the plant going in his backyard. But I guess it's a fiber plant from China or something like that. It has giant seeds.
This one here is a mixture of a couple, but they're mixed land races from Thailand and Laos. Then we go into the next batch, which has the university's preservation project, land race, the gasoline, that's crossed with a Thai. I ain't even going to pronounce how to say this. Foitong, Photong, I guess.
Sounds
but
like
it comes from the Pupan Mountain region. That's another good one. And then this comes from the same farm, but it's not labeled. This would be your table seeds. And I said, yeah, just Let me have some of the table seeds too.
Now, did you see any of the representation of like these particular weeds?
I have pictures of most of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they all passed my test.
Well, like that would
Okay.
probably, I don't know how like it would probably be
I
a
mean,
thing
last
if
year I
you had
threw away
plant, a,
$2,000 worth of seeds.
a plant, like if you really had your shit together, a picture of a plant in like good veg state, and a picture of a plant just about finished,
Well,
and
we ain't getting the veg. We're going to get the flowering. The
yeah,
finishing of the plant is what you're going to get.
yeah. I mean,
This is white
bottom line
louse.
is even when there is such pictures
Those
exist,
are small.
you still have to grow it yourself and hunt through it, and even like yes, all the way to cure it and smoke it. And there's no way to like know if something's what you want or not unless you do that. You grow it
Sawantik
and smoke it.
louse. I like how this was marked. Old woman from the city.
Need
That's where you get
one.
these from. Here's Serpak, Laos, a farm in Laos, southern, and it gives you the district that it was grown in.
I need
I did go
one
through
big
these,
one.
and I just to make sure there was 450 seeds in this pack, and there were 446. So, because I didn't think there were 500 seed or 450 seeds in there, but there were. But those are big seeds compared to what we would normally think, which would be these.
Well, that's the problem. Like with seeds, you can't have a thing where a certain amount of them, or like a scoopful or a weight, because each seed is so like each variety has its own size seed and weight.
Well,
So
actually, me
some
and
seeds are
DJ
actually
did
super
sit down
light,
and do
and
that.
other ones are a little heavier, denser.
Me and DJ did sit down and do that. We figured out that the big fat, like what we would call indica seeds, those normally came in between 27 and 33, 34 per gram. Those little ones, we were getting closer to 50 to 60 per gram because we were talking about selling seeds instead of by the pack, sell them by the gram. A lot of this stuff, especially this Asian stuff that, 10 seeds, nah, you need like 20 seeds.
I need one more big light right here, and I'd be happy.
Well, knowing your luck,
I
Smash,
put two
you're probably gonna
315s.
win in a raffle. Well, keep your eye open for some raffles and get your name in there.
I have been entering, not gonna lie.
I
I've seen
just
a
put
couple.
two 315s up there and be done with it.
I want LED though. I like it. It's
Pull
just
that
not.
100 out, put a 600 in there and a light mover.
I have a 600.
I think once you like focus in
Put
on LED,
another one.
you gotta
That's what I want. Another like 600.
mix like the environments. The prime environment for the different lighting is different. So yeah, if you're LED, then you need to stick to LED for then you can dial in your environment for LED. And if you're HPS or three whatever, stick to that for then you can dial your environment into that, right? Temperature, humidity, all that.
That's what it looks like right now. And the goal is
Ooh,
to have another big light on this side. So two 600s. I really want that 1,000 watt GML.
like
So I'd
compared to the space you had with the tents, like plant wise, you have like way more room now, right? It looks that way.
yes.
It looks pretty. It's hard, it's hard to get good perspective from phone, but it looks like a lot more space than what you were working with.
It will. It will be when I get that other light in too, though. That's gonna make it a lot better.
And now that you're using LEDs, which are more of a direct light, I think having a level in your grow room is a good thing to set your lights to. Because if you're a little bit off, you're going to be shooting your light off a little bit to one side or the other.
Yeah.
They say that LED light goes straight down, but the higher you put it, the larger of a footprint it will leave. Like my lights are specially built, and the lights on the outside and even at the ends are actually turned on a different degree. I think at the ends they're on 120 degrees, which basically takes a 5 3/4 foot light and gives me 8 feet in length. And instead of being that 3.5 feet wide, I actually get to about 5 to 5.5 feet spread with mine. But again, mine were built specifically for me. My 1,000 watts run on 4 drivers. The fourth driver controls the far red only. And with these lights, I can turn off all the red and just run white and blue. Or I can turn the white and blue off and just run all red. That's the way these LEDs are going. So now you could just dial in the spectrum you want. I thought that was pretty cool. I've been playing with that option for a while.
Hmm.
But yeah, they even have a 2.8 meter light out now. And all it is,
I might actually go pick up a 315 and just take these LEDs down and put a 315 right here.
Damn, I looked at my phone, I seen the Dead playing, and I'm like, what the fuck? Wait, I thought it was on the Fumi show. D must
tripping butt out.
D's rocking out. How's your musical experience going? You're getting into it more and more?
Yeah, here and there. I've been busy with other shit. I haven't had time to sit down and listen to.
Sometimes it's just good background music. You like just put it
Yeah,
on, go about your business, and then it'll grow on you.
yeah, man.
yeah, like Billy in the Mountain. That Zappa CD stayed in the CD player, I think, for like 4 weeks. We just made clones to it every day. Then when we do tie dyes, we go with something that's got a little bit heavier guitar. We really like Kuka making tie dyes, but Warren Haynes can jam out too. He's a good inspiration for me making tie dyes.
Dude, that St. Bernard's observation booth.
Bernard's.
Yeah, whatever. Got some
Still
crazy.
waiting for mine.
I've seen a lot of tie-dye makers in my life, and Saint Bernard, he's up there. I saw some of his work, post pictures online, and I was like, damn, this guy's he's he's doing it.
You got the ink bird right there.
Kind. When someone puts that much work into it, then that shirt's worth a little more money, because yeah, there's a lot of time and tying and technique.
This is my work. Getting the fractals into here. But this tie-dye is 20 years old now. And look at the color. We use really good fabric on this one. Here's the lights you want. Those are heavy. That damn extra driver in there.
Dude, I can't lie. I really want that GML 1000 watt. Then I'd have 1600.
This kid's got to get out of my chair. We got to move the move. Oh,
Right on.
I'm just excited to have it up and going.
It looks great. Like it looks clean and well thought out and ready to rock.
It will last. I made it so
it didn't take you that long, right? Yeah, it seems like you got it up and functioning pretty quick here.
No, yeah, it took me about a week.
Well, that's good.
A couple hours at a time.
That's the best way to do it. A couple hours at a time.
You don't burn yourself out.
And you get a little
That's
chance
the biggest problem.
I'm sure through the process you did a lot of thinking and honing in your plan, and
changed it 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, I can remember when I was in the middle of building out new places. Yeah, I would lay awake, trying to fall asleep, and I'd just be thinking of different ideas, fucking for hours. Couldn't go to sleep.
Right before I finished.
Yeah. Ooh, that smells good.
I was just sitting there like, oh, I could put the fan in that corner and then put the exhaust over there.
I get really high before I do any of that. And I sit there in the room and I plan it all out. But I gotta get really high first.
You can have it all planned out like that, but until you
start putting it up,
I might need to go where the plants want the plant fan to go, and you won't know that until you get the plants going at that size. It's best to stay adaptable.
I've already been looking on like Facebook Marketplace and stuff to get another bigger light.
Well, it seems like
how many fans do you have? And what size fans do you have, I should say, because that's what, growing in the basement. Bud talks about basically growing in an enclosed room. In a basement, you really can't do that where you live or in Ohio or Michigan because of the dramatic weather changes we have. So, having really good airflow in and out of there, or having a really big dehumidifier for where you're at, is quite necessary.
Oh, I got the dehu. I actually have a heater on right now.
because in Michigan, I ran my DHU 365 days a year.
Oh no! Right now, my humidity is only 40%. I could
Oh,
actually bump it up a little if I wanted to.
hold on.
Yeah, but if you go too dry, you're going to end up with powder mildew.
What?
Well, I'd say, and over time,
Listen,
try to have everything. Have humidity, have dehumidity, have air, have warm, have cold air. Like, yeah, have all those tools, and then you'll be able to implement them when needed. That's the instead of, well, one way or another, you're going to end up there because if the plants aren't getting what they want, like, okay, it might be running great in March, but how's it going to run in July when it's whatever 100 degrees out,
30
90 degrees
degrees.
out?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you can plan, but until you get there, yeah, you you like, yeah, your
So
first
the
year,
one thing,
you're going to learn what your room needs to do the best it can. The only way you're going to find that out is get on the horse
Grow.
and ride it.
Yep.
so I used to pump in dehumidified air into the 5x5, but now the dehu is just in the room.
Yeah.
But I don't need it till spring. Like it's starting to get wet and rainy here. Relatively soon, it will be a switch over to the dehu.
But you're also running LED lights, which changes my parameter, and it will change my parameter when I grow with those lights and flowering. But, you need to have a little bit higher of a humidity, a little bit higher of a temperature with LEDs.
Yeah, I just opened it up yesterday. Well, I think it was yesterday. I did the transplanting and I officially had it open all the lights. Last night was the first night.
My AC guy works for a lot of growers, right? In my area for a lot of years. And yeah, we all used to order the same basic split middies, like 2 ton, but we wouldn't get the heat pump. That costs like, almost like $1,000 more, 800, depending to have one that like we just got the AC. We didn't have it that it could uh, uh, be a heater. And my area is pretty mild weather. So uh,
Yeah.
he says in the last few years, as people have switched to LED and new grows that he's helping with that are LED, yeah, they're all ordering split minis with the heat pump where they can add a taste of temperature if they need to.
I like your idea, Bud. Just throw a 315 or a couple 315s in the dead area and warm the room up that way.
But that
Well,
doesn't do it at night. Like that's the thing. People always say add light, add light. That doesn't help when the
and
lights
then
are off.
ultimately that's going to create microclimate thing. Like there's like the best thing to do would be to have like he said, oh, I have the heat on a little bit right now. Okay, and I'm sure he's going to have AC when it's time to have AC. Like that's just what you need in an indoor grow to try
I
to.
usually don't use AC. Being in the basement, it stays right kind of where I want it.
Well, then that's good
Yeah.
then.
The dehu helps a
Yeah.
lot.
That
Get
warms
the
up a
moisture
lot.
really right and stuff.
And it'll raise your temperature 3 to 4 degrees too.
Especially now being in the room. I kind of wanna build a cap for the dehumidifier because it just kind of blows straight up. I want to build like a cap and bend it down so it blows at the plants. But I have
Uh,
I have one oscillating fan going right now. When they get bigger and the humidity starts raising, I'm gonna have three.
Now, I found out having them pointing in all one direction is actually better than having them oscillating off of each other.
I just want both. I just want the leaves to be moving. If they're sitting on each other, I want that to move.
Yeah, I want them
That's
to
where the
dance.
microplanets like to sit.
My kitty. Give me my chair back.
Well, no, I mean there's actual, I guess, science. They call it like when you move air where it goes in a circle. What do they call that? Um,
Cyclone.
yeah, so, but like, yeah, that's effective, more effective, really, than like if they all oscillate and then at times they're blowing at each other. But it all depends on the space. Like a lot of this is in the bigger commercial rooms. Yeah, they do it different, right? Like they cycle the air in a cyclone, right? And in a smaller space, it's probably best to oscillate. One thing that, yeah, and I've had pretty, relatively decent sized rooms. And once you start having like bigger rooms, then you have like things where you have like microclimates, like, oh, the corner over here is not, is different than the rest. Like there's little pockets and stuff, right? Where, yeah, ultimately, and yeah, oscillating air. I spent a lot of money on those fans. They were inefficient, break down. Um, yeah, I started using my old 6 and 8 inch like ducting fans, and yeah, just moved like got a cyclone going. Like I didn't need three of them. I had one going facing one way on one side of the room and one facing the other way in the other room. And the idea was it circulated all the air, mixed up the air because I also use CO2 and air conditioning and all that. And so, oh, of course, over by the CO2 emitter, it's going to have a lot of CO2, and closer to the AC is going to be right. You got to mix all that air up. That's what you and plants. Oh, when you're starting veg, oh yeah, there's not that much plant there. There's easy movement, and as the plant starts to grow and put out more leaves and branches and get thicker, uh, yeah, next thing you know, the harder to get air moved around. It's weird. I've had this other phone, for almost 4 or 5 years. I've never, one time my phone battery died, so I called somebody on it. But like, I don't even know why I have it. There's, there's nobody that even has this number, right? So like, whenever it rings, I know it's bullshit. And it's weird. It rings like periodically, and I'm like, who the fuck's calling? There's nobody here. Like, this isn't a real phone. It's not, no one's answering it. And it's definitely not anybody I know. Cause like I don't even, I'd have to look on my other phone to find out what that phone number even is. And I've had it for like 5 years.
Back, ladies and germs, well, ladies and germs. I don't even
Hi,
know what I was trying to
Bernie.
say there. Hop on the show, folks. You're welcome to join us. Come, tell us about your garden. Tell us about what you're growing. Tell us about your plans for the summer season. It's honestly going to be the summer season pretty soon. So, frankly, people should start vegging pretty quick. I just realized the other day, like, oh fuck, I gotta pick my plants because honestly, in a couple of months, it's going to be time to put them out. Not even a couple of months, probably.
My bath is
Depending on the season, it might be a couple of months, might be 2.5 months. Hard to say. What were you going to say, bud?
it's already like the first quarter of the year's gone. March, like we're in
Yeah,
March. Like,
isn't that
what?
crazy? Yeah. But hop on, folks. Welcome to join us. Cheers, folks in the chat, by the way, if we haven't said hello before. Kundalini's in the house. Matt Mortenson's in the house. What's going on? Big John's hanging. What's going on? Iseni's in the house. What's going on, Iseni? Good to see you. Who else in here? J5, of course. Good to see J5.
Johnny Five.
Hello to Mystic Citizen earlier. What's that, D?
Oh, Johnny Five. Johnny Five is still alive.
Yeah, I rarely smoke weed from other people, but today when I was in the hydro store, this other customer who I was behind him. I basically in my head said, "Oh, this is what a Chad is," right? He had like the commercial vacuum sealer that was messing up, and they offered to send it back to the company, but if he needed one right then. You'd have to buy a new one. They're like $600, and I could tell he wasn't a grower. I'm going to say that. But all right, he's in there buying vacuum sealer, and then when I was putting stuff in my car, he came up and said, "Oh, do you have a rolling paper?" And I thought it was the weirdest thing because like hydro store is kind of a weird thing as far as like socializing and shit. Like, you asked me for a rolling paper here in the parking lot of the hydro store? Okay. I mean, times have changed. So I was like, yeah. And I gave him one. And then uh, I was still putting stuff in. He came back and he gave me this butt. And I was like, oh, thanks. I'm like, oh, well, what kind? He's like, oh, purple shit. That's what he called it, purple shit. Which, okay, it's purple. And
I
then,
almost like him more because of that. Just like it's not some, gelato 46 and a
well,
half.
I
It's
think
like
it's
just purple shit,
gelato.
bro.
Like I just think he was calling it like, oh, these are like these guys are like like movers, like they're just vacuum sealers. You know what I mean? Someone that needs a $600 vacuum sealer, like you know, that's like a commercial vacuum sealer. No, I think it is gelato. I smelt it and thought gelato-esque, but he was just calling it purple shit because like I got the feeling they just move it. You know what I mean? We'll see if it's even any good.
So I got a couple of fancy Mylars right now from actually Boom because I went to see them the other day. C4 and Petro 93. Pretty good. The Petro's like a fruity gas, but the C4 has. I really like the C4. It's like earthy, leathery, funky.
Hey, today I was at my spot in the dark with my partner, and then okay, because he was all excited, so we went and stem rubbed these new plants that came from somebody that gave me a bunch of clones, and yeah, the I-95. Oh wow, that thing smelled like incredible. Like I don't even like. Yeah, it smelled like I-95. I'm not good at describing like name like adjectives to the smell, but and the problem with the Larry OG, oh, it's stretched beyond like, oh, that's not going to be fun. Uh, but it smelled really good too. And there was this other strain threw in there that was called Caffeine, which I didn't even until I saw it. Oh, and it smelled pretty unique. But they're only like 3-4 weeks in, so it's the early. Oh, they had some resin. They started to smell. I-95. Yeah, that was a good one. I don't even know. Is that like Top Dog or is that part of the like sour diesel lineage?
I think it is. I
You
think
know,
it's part of the dog lineage or something along
someone
that line.
a friend of mine that works up in Humboldt sent me some jars of rosins, and then they've been really good. There was this one that I really like called Seven Sins,
Top Dog.
and
I've
then
never once heard anything bad about Top Dog. Triangle Kush by Like it's Legend OG by Stardog, IX2, Cross the Triangle Kush. Probably easier if I just show you.
Uh, so I like this one, Seven Sins. I mentioned I never, I don't know where. And this other jar is called Fatso OG. I never really heard of that. But then J5, because he's a wealth of knowledge, he DM'd me and was like, "Oh yeah, Seven Sins is Fatso OG crossed into birthday cake. That's what makes Seven Sins." But I guess I could have went to Google and found all this out. But a lot of times I never I wait for people like J5 to just shoot me a DM and tell me what the story is. Sometimes I have noticed that a few strains that I really like, and this full melt that I got a few months ago was this strain called Grease Monkey.
Grease Monkey's good. It's exotic.
And things crossed into that. It's been, yeah, it adds something that's.
I think it's a slurricane cross.
Yeah.
Yeah, Grease Monkey's fire.
Like over time, some things are going to surface. Like there's so many strains that come with so much hype at first, but then over time, certain strains are going to prove their worth and will like, rise above. The cream rises to the top or whatever they say. Someone, that's the same thing with these strains at this point because there's so many good strains out there, but there's only so many that are like worthy of sticking around. Because if people are going to keep making new strains, then certain ones have to fall out of favor for new ones to come into favor, right? But then there has to be certain strains that those rules don't apply to.
I think I just did a wedding cake Cindy 99 cross.
Yeah. Yeah, Cindy 99. But see, Cindy 99 is like more of a sativa influence thing. And I like
A
it.
lot.
Basically a Jack Herer
Yeah.
BX3 or something, BX4, something like that.
I never really, until recently in the last years of communicating with this community, really come to realize that like I am an indica enthusiast, right? I like fat leaf indica, uh, yeah, and a lot of these strains over the years, they were good. Blue Dream I love that taste. Tangy,
Yo,
wasn't like I hated on them, but even when I had those, no, I'm more into indicas. I've come to just accept that and realize it. Like even this one that we've been growing a little bit, I think we phased it out now, called Banana Daddy from
Ethos.
Ethos. Oh, it was really loud. Customers liked it. All this. I didn't like it that much. I personally didn't like it that much.
Someone like Green Fingers.
But like it took a couple sessions of it to really. It's a hybrid, but I realized, this is sativa. This has a lot more sativa. Like it might be 60-40 sativa-ish. And then that's not that it didn't taste good, grow good, yield good, fucking all that. I personally didn't like it because I like indicas more, like more. That's just like everybody has their favorite thing.
I like a good hybrid.
Some people can't stand mayonnaise on a burger. You know what I mean? Other people like whatever, right?
fucking gross.
Yeah, I'm not a big I don't like the real strong lemon or
I stopped smoking all those. It's weird because another plant that we flowered out that came with these clones is this one called lemon pepper. A week ago, I was defoliating and I was in the aisle and I was like way past this plant, and I was like, well, fuck, I smell like a lemon plant growing. And then I figured it out. Oh, yeah, this thing called lemon pepper. It's fucking stinking like lemon. Captain 420 kind of was part of my influence, but I never was like against it until maybe it's going on almost 2 years. I don't smoke anything lemon, lime, citrus, tangy, dabs of that. Nope, that's a hard pass. That's when the dabs of it is
The
when I
heart
really
races.
realized that those terps and that high and that doesn't. Oh, I love oranges. I have a bag of like 5 different kinds of citrus and all that. No, it's not that I don't like citrus. I just don't like it in my weed. I don't like that effect. I don't like the taste is cool, but there's an effect that seems to come with most. I've had a few citrus type strains that break that mold. There's always an exception to the rule, right? But the 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 majority of them, yeah, no, like my life's better without them. They give me like, I don't know, maybe some anxiety, or I can't even explain. I'm not like super irie stony. Like I like to be super stony,
Oh,
irie,
I
like
wanna I
like
wanna go to bed. The other day I went over to my friend's art glass shop, and then they had like a retail store that's like clothing and shoes, which was cool. Um, and I'm so high right now that dab really just got me. I literally just lost what I was thinking.
Sounds like
here's
some good
Green
stuff.
Fingers. I'm glad you're here, Green Fingers.
Cheers. I thought I heard you say something about a caffeine cut, bud. You
Yeah,
got
there's a
caffeine?
thing called caffeine.
Yeah, no, I
I don't
have it.
know.
I grew it out. I smoke. I love that shit. Excuse
I
my friend. One of my
Oh, I
favorite.
remember.
I'm a coffee addict, so I'm a caffeine addict. So all right, if it's fucking good, I'm surprised. I mean, what's the
Yeah, it's
story on it?
awesome.
Somebody named some strain caffeine?
It's. I think if we got the newer one, it's
When
cookies
I got
cut.
there, he gave me 1,000 milligram shot, um, edible, and it was like a 5 hour energy shot. And I drank the whole thing. And I remember that was one of the highest I've ever been on edibles. I felt good all night. That's the high I'm looking for. This bud works. I have strains that hit me just right, then I have strains that don't hit me. Then I have strains I don't like. Like I'm with you, bud. I don't really like those. I'm more of
Yeah,
an indica.
and I respect. Oh, for sure. Not even respect. I just understand that. Oh, everyone's different. Everyone has their what is their thing. There's certain groupings. There's majorities, and there's things that you know a lot of people can agree on. Like, oh, I love avocados, but there's a lot of people that think they're the grossest thing ever.
Me,
I don't really eat avocado. I
they
don't
blow
mind.
them in garbage.
No,
No, they're
avocados are kind of like, well, no, I like they make
Avocado
like to
toast.
me a
nice
bacon, lettuce,
avocado.
and tomato. Oh, that's a pretty good sandwich, but it really becomes a good sandwich with an avocado in there.
Little
I do
Like
sliced
that takes it to a whole other
avocado.
level. Like that takes it to the level, even on a burger. Yeah.
See, I don't do it.
No,
I do it with like melons.
ugh.
Like I eat avocado and melon, like fresh. You know what I mean?
Well, I
Yeah.
always wonder.
I love.
Okay,
I love
I know
cantaloupe.
what an apple and a banana and an orange taste like to me, right? But is that what they taste like to you? Right? Like realistically, like, oh, well, some of it, yes, because when people verbally describe it, okay, everyone can agree with that, right? But Oh, I'm sure an orange tastes a little different to you than to me. Like that's just, yeah, we're all different, right? It plays out like at some point it plays out in physical form. Like, oh, the taste of the orange is slightly, like, you experience it, or your taste buds do whatever they do with your brain slightly different than what mine do. Like me, mainly because I was psychedelic warrior deadhead from the time I was a teenager. If I drink orange juice, it almost feels like I'm having a flashback. Like it triggers, like, it doesn't make me have, like, I'm not high. It makes me, like, a lot of times if I have a glass of orange juice, I'm aware that I took a lot of acid once upon a time. Like that's, yeah. Like somehow orange juice, or yeah, orange juice makes, like, triggers that. And there were times when I wanted to get higher, and I would, like, while getting high, like, oh yeah, take acid and then drink orange juice. You get higher. I don't know what, like, if there's, maybe that's like
Oh,
that.
all right.
Who knew?
Don't forget
So
to bring a
That might not
towel.
work for other people, but it worked for me.
I popped this strain from Purpose Genetics, which there must be around here because they give me seeds at events all the time.
Now,
Um,
I don't know any of the drama, but I've heard a little bit. His name, mainly because his name's Boston Rob or some shit, right? But do you know of this breeder from your area, or is he even from there? Because there's a guy called Boston something Rob, I think.
Boston Bob.
no,
That
it's
is
Yeah,
one
Bob.
Boston.
breeder, and then other breeders are saying he doesn't even smoke weed; he just copies other shit. Or
Yeah, it's supposedly that guy Boston Roots.
one thing when I hear all any of that stuff, where, like, I don't have any personal knowledge of most of it, I realize, oh, there's always going to be someone to, like, the other. It's like a competitive thing. So other people talk shit on other people's shit, right? You know,
So
like,
this is Canda cake number 4. Wedding cake dark heart clone to Brothers Grimm Cindy 99 times candy cake number 9. So the father was Brother Grimm. The father was C99 to candy cake or Canda cake number 9. And that, whatever these are, dude, I don't even know what this is. It's Wilson Otter Pop. So I know it's got Wilson in it.
I'll tell you,
I got a pack of
Joe
those.
thinks his name.
Yeah.
He's from Santa Cruz. That's the. Wait, I have a couple packs right here. It's weird. High Times did a whole article with him. I met him at Macy's. He's a cool guy. Yeah. Evermore. Yeah,
Yeah.
I have Sherb Pops, and then I also have Jet Fuel Otter Pops. He's like the Otter Pop guy. He made the Otter Pop. That's his, or I guess that's his. I don't know.
I don't know who this is.
He's cool. He
Oh,
had a write up in High Times. I saw the Instagram about it. I've hung out with him. He's doing serious work.
Select Genetics. He gave me this
Yeah,
thing
I
under.
plan on growing some of these outside this in May. I'm gonna germinate them in May.
Nice.
For my greenhouse or my shade house that I'm yeah, I need to mix up some. Dude, I shovel like 4 to 6 big old cans the Primus compost, either horse poop or cow poop, every day. What I do in the morning, right? I haven't saved any. Like, I also realized, oh, there's a day where they get grain and alfalfa and all that. Oh, that poop might be better than just the alfalfa poop, right? Like, not all poop is created equal. As a guy that shovels poop daily, I've realized that about manure, right? It's not all like I don't know because haven't made soils with
But does
different.
that mean that you would say that you'd know your shit?
Yeah, like I plan on like making a couple different little batches of soil with that horse like the poop when it's that way and then the poop when it's that way and see like well I don't know like because yeah the bottom line with horses they just constantly eating poop most of it's just Bermuda grass alfalfa but then like once or twice a week they get a bucket of grain they get carrots they get oh yeah I think that manure might be even better than or it could turn out that the manure that's really just the grass because yeah
Yeah, I
like
noticed the
I said,
difference.
I don't know but I know that not all that's created equal I haven't proven
Yeah,
out the theory but I have my eye on it
the
and
bulls.
cow poop's like a whole other thing there's plops and then there's the, like yeah then I'm not sure if the plop's going to be real good. Like a plop's is like plop, it's like a patty, right? But then there's these other ones that are these layered, like little, like it's hard to explain. Tonight,
Horses eat
my
the
last
cat.
tour, me and my
The cat and shit.
four the big, like heavy duty cans. Yeah, we did the cow pasture, three, a bull, a baby, and a cow. It's been maybe 4 or 5 days. So yeah, we have a card. We have the rate. It was getting dark, and I had procrastinated on it for 2 days, and then tonight she was like, "All right, let's do it," and we got it done. Um, yeah, that's just like the amount of poop or manure. It's not poop; it's manure just from the horses and the cows. And then a couple days ago, she bought two tiny horses. We went to this lady
Miniatures.
ranch. They're like, oh, you might like this. She asked me to help come up with a name. By the time I even thought of any, she had already named them. And they're appropriate because of the colors of their hair. Uh, one of them's called whiskey, and one of them's actually called butterscotch, but we call them scotch. So it's whiskey and scotch. And they're like 34 inches tall. So they're class A. There's two classes of tiny horse. And turns out, yeah, they were rescued from Texas, where this lady that we got them from the rescue in Texas, where there was 12 of them. And even one butterscotch has had a bridle on like since it was a baby. So its nose is this kind of has a scar from the leather on the thing. Like, I don't know. We don't know what they were rescued from, but I did a little Googling. Yeah, tiny horses are like it's a fad. It's like puppy mills right now. There's tiny horse people breeding the shit out of these horses, right? And some people are like even this lady that was on that show America's Got Talent, and somehow she had a tiny horse that was trained to do all these tricks, and then it became a controversy where somehow and PETA got involved. She was living in her minivan. She was like homeless, and her and a tiny horse lived in a minivan. Okay, and the bottom line is, yeah, it's still a horse. It's not a fucking dog. It's not meant to be in an apartment. It's not meant for backyard,
I've been
right?
seeing people with monkeys and they have like whole rooms like swinging and
I
shit.
mean, when you get into rescue animals, a lot of the animals in that system are from people that, especially
Don't want them anymore.
monkeys, are, oh, they're so cute when they're little, but oh man, most of them turn into this ferocious fucking thing by the time they're like a couple years old. Like, oh, and then those people just give them up or realize it's more than they can handle. Same with so many different animals. People like should have no business having it. Even there's people I think like that when I see certain people with dogs, right?
French bulldog was the biggest one of last
Yeah,
year.
like there, like in
Last
my
year,
life, there's been
last
so
10 years.
many fads, and like bulldog's been the latest fad. I mean, there's constant stories where there was just this shooting, a murder, or some shit in
Yeah.
L.A. where it was like people came to jack them up for their
Lady
bulldog,
Gaga's
and they
freaking,
shot him.
I
yeah,
was gonna
Lady
say that was a
Gaga.
whole thing. The freaking dog was kidnapped and this and that. It was a whole goddamn over a 10,000. They didn't even know it was her dog. They just
And
knew it was an expensive dog.
this new one, they ran this lady off the road, ran her on the hood, and took the dog, and she's on the hood, like, give my dog back for like 5, 6 blocks. That was just a recent one, like 2 weeks ago that I saw.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's crazy. Like
And
yeah.
the dog wasn't even that
But
cute. It
yeah,
sucks to say
I
that.
mean, none
These
of
dogs
us
have
are
problems. My
kids
sister has
at
two
the
of them.
moment. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
she's sweet.
always a dog that's like a fad. It becomes a fad for a couple years. Sometimes even the media or commercials, you know, Chihuahua's first big fad was the Taco Bell Chihuahua. Remember that one? Right? Oh, that created people were breeding for that.
Yeah,
That's called a
Paris
sometimes
Hilton.
called an applehead Chihuahua, right? And yeah, they overbred the shit out of fucking Chihuahuas for years, still do. But then
Look at pugs. Pugs are
Bugs
one of the
with
worst
the
dogs.
Sharpei. I remember everybody wanted a Sharpei, and then oh, there's always these fads with dogs. It's last 2 years the priciest dog, and I have a friend, one of my customers. He breeds them, and I
American Bully.
those bulldogs and makes a ton of money. You go to his house, he has 2 kids and his wife, and it's like a 2 bedroom small house, and they have these cages, right? Like kennel cages. And oh, they got like 3, 4. There's obviously the mom because it's had so many babies. It's like an old haggard mom. But yeah, he pumps those things out and makes whatever money. He's been doing it for years. But yeah, yeah, I don't know.
Um,
You
how many
can't blame
people are
people. I
watching?
mean, you can. Like the only thing you can do is not do those things, right? But I don't hate on anybody for trying to do whatever they do, unless it has to do with certain like couple things, like fucking.
Stealing genetics.
Now, to me, I'm like, I'm not in the. I'm a grower, so that's somebody else's war. I've
Right.
respected over the years. I No one does that anymore. But for a long time, when you were given a clone from somebody, they would like make you swear that you weren't going to give it to anybody else. You weren't going to do this. You weren't going to do that. This whole thing, and that was your word. Because, like, let's say a year later, it came out that you gave it to so and so, and then you would never your word was shit, and your word was used to be your word was well. I don't think it used to be. It still matters, right? Uh, yeah, your word's everything, right? But in today's
To
world,
some
it seems like
people,
we've given I don't know, like it's okay to be a scammer, or I don't know, like they're it's more acceptable that people can be that way. Where maybe
I
old
think
days, not so much
I
because
think
your
people's
word is everything.
forgetting that if you did this 30, 40 years ago, the person didn't pull a gun on you. They just beat your ass.
Well,
I
I've
think a
heard
lot of
many
people
stories
forgot
within
about that.
the legal market. to like massive numbers, a store, an entity, purchased whatever, and on net terms, and then just never paid it, still just goes on. And oh, they're in court. No, take me to court. We'll settle there. Like, yeah, that's part of business. That is part of business. That's happening in every, you know, uh, yeah, that there's like growers that never get paid, though it goes into the thing and whatever, and the system, and somehow the money never comes back. Oh, that would be unacceptable, right? Not in that legal market. There's nothing you can do but go to court, right? Well, that's the last thing I'd want to spend my time or
Money.
resources and playing and even having a lawyer, because like, oh yeah, the better the lawyer you have, which is necessary, the more of a sleaze bag he is.
Right.
Because that's like, oh, you better have a sleaze bag, slick ass motherfucking lawyer if you're going to get into court trying to deal with money.
Yeah. Especially big business that have lawyers that, work for them.
Like, I remember having lawyers where I was like, oh, meaning I called you and asked you like one fucking question, and we might have been on the phone for less than a minute, but you billed me for 15 minutes of fucking because I made a phone call to you. Like, whoa.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
Usually it just goes 5 minutes. And your
Yeah.
chit chat will count.
Consultation.
But
No,
recently there was a big thing with the lawyers with the Musk case. That was really ironic that they argued that Musk was paid too much, and they got like the 50, I think it was 56 billion, a lot of billions. And so now they're asking for like 6 billion or 9 billion. They're asking for billions themselves now. So some in reasonable amounts. So
yeah.
they were arguing that he was paid too much, and now they're asking for just a ridiculous amount. It's crazy. I should see what that was, like 6 or 9 billion. Just
Well,
these numbers are just so insane. It's hard to really get a feel for it in your head.
All those things, all those lawsuits, and the liability of all that, and the cost of all that. The average person, as we wonder why everything costs so much money, because we pay for that, right? Like that's just built into the price of everything, right? Every business passes on like that. That's being a doctor. Like at this point, a doctor, one of their biggest problems is what they call their liability. There's another name for it. Their insurance, right?
The
Where
malpractice.
malpractice. Like, oh, they've had that for like 50 years, but so many years ago, oh, it wasn't a big thing. You have malpractice. Oh, now that's like this giant amount of money, right? And oh, well, that's why the appointment costs whatever and everything costs what? Oh, because they got to pay their malpractice insurance, because whether they fuck up or not, but there is a group of people that make a living basically suing, like trying to find ways to sue other people and get money that way.
Right?
So I'm thinking
like it
maybe
used to be they used to sue grocery stores and all these other retail things for slip and falls, they called it. There's all kinds of hustles, right? But the advent of video and secure all this, oh, you can't pretend that anymore. You know what I mean? Like they have it on video.
giving away a pack of seeds. That's what a duck race is. If you didn't know, there's like 40 something people watching, but I only seen like 6 in the participant list. So the only way I can know you're watching the show and like get you in the duck race is you have to say something in chat, because there's a list that we go to. It says participants, whoever's been active watching the show.
If you
Um,
want to enter the duck race, you have to say something in chat. If not, the computer does not pick you.
yeah, and I'll give you. It's 12:02. I'll pick the names. I'll give it like right around 12:08, 12:10. I'll pull the names. So
Gonna pull it.
we'll
Wait.
give a little bit of time that people are behind and stuff. And it's 4 pack of papaya across the rainbow. Papaya rum cake. That crosses papaya to rainbow rum cake. Then I took it and crossed it to Kennedy 1 Calio F4 male.
Mm-hmm.
To the papaya rum cakes. It's an early finisher. Every plant I've grown has been an early finisher. She's it's like a candy gummy terp on her. And then the father I used, it's an F4, and it's always been a screwdriver. It's like an alcohol-y orange terp, but it gets you wrecked. That's why I like it.
Nice. Nice. Yeah.
It's dark in
Sounds
here.
really good. I tried growing them actually, but I didn't. Mine didn't. Something happened at the beginning. Didn't make it.
Yeah,
And
I
the
gotta
one
send you
made
some.
in. It was no.
So some of them get smashed, and I don't know how. Like I really don't. Then I have some of them make them to Canada fine. I don't get it.
Uh huh.
It's like who's on duty today gonna just like destroy my shit.
Well,
Or cutting your
before it
stuff in
was
the
the
rollers.
rollers in the machine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the rollers. You got to put a little piece of cardboard or something on the side, or
Yeah. Is that how you shipped it? I forget now. Was that in a corrugated cardboard smash?
I don't know. You might have been before I started. I mean, I was
I
still
don't
doing it in
remember.
styrofoam
It was
board,
only
but
like
I don't
three or
remember.
so. It wasn't a lot of seeds, but yeah.
I'm surprised you
But anyway,
get it with foam core. Using foam core, that's giving you about an eighth of an inch, if not more, on each side.
Those ones were smashing more than the corrugated.
Wow.
I don't know how.
you know.
I moved to the corrugated, and I've had pretty good luck.
uh-huh. I'll keep trying.
Actually, take a pen
Oh
and
yeah,
pull
yeah.
the
Plastic
side of the
one.
pen out and just put them down the plastic part of the pen.
The pen is mightier.
Gotta go get. Actually, I have stamps.
Bamboo straws are good too.
I put mine
I
in these
met
cardboard
guys
boxes,
out at
small
Skull and
boxes.
Roses
You put like
that were
a whole bunch of
deadheads,
cactus seeds in there.
and that was their business, was making bamboo straws.
Small box.
Yeah, but the whole thing is like I've been trying to get it through cheaper, like with a.
You
And
use the
well,
centrifuge
right
bar.
there you go. Cheaper you go, the more seeds you're gonna bust.
You use a
No,
centrifuge
not
bar.
really. Now it's pretty good.
Yeah.
1,000 of these for nothing, for like $5, 1,000 of
Yeah.
them. Something. That helps a lot too. Nothing crushes in the
Yeah,
sun.
but that won't go through with a stamp on it. That's the main thing.
Mm, yeah, I don't know.
What I
We're
would
going
do
in an
then,
envelope though, like a bubble envelope.
I just ship the boxes. That's why I ship the $5 boxes for everything. $5 in the envelope.
okay,
Sucky, sucky,
everybody's
$5.
using
That's what I was
like
gonna say.
SD cards and everything like that. Now, the SD cards, the plastic on those, you can put seeds into those, and that makes it thin enough. That even actually makes it thin enough where you could actually put a piece of like cardboard or use a piece of that foam core and just cut out a little section. Because that's what's smashing your seeds are the rollers.
No, I don't think it's the rollers. I think it's packages getting put on top of envelopes.
No.
In the mail.
No, they go in bags.
Oh, you're what?
So like, I think it's my mailman. I think like, because I've never had a problem with the rollers. I swear people like put packages on them or something, like when they put them in the truck or something, or they get banged around in the truck. But since I've moved to the corrugated stuff, I haven't really had any smashed seeds. So it seems to be working.
No,
use whatever works. That's it.
I just used a plastic seed container.
Right, little center. She's the smallest one that only holds 5.
Yeah, but think about this. When I send out 10 packages at a time, if I were to send out 10 packages, the minimum really is $4.50, $5. So right there, that's so much. That's like $50, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm putting a stamp on those 10 envelopes.
Okay.
They're for giveaways and stuff. It's not like people
Sounds
are
like,
like, it's
sounds
for
like
me.
there needs to be a new product for AC Infinity or somebody to make them.
I'm saying
Something that just meets the mail requirement, the thickness, and it's pretty sturdy.
Hey, I got an idea. If you're so worried about that and the cost of it, only hand them out to people in person.
You realize the reason the post
Because
office
basically you don't have
Right.
enough money to send out free seeds to people.
because that mail goes through the machines, right? So
The rollers get it.
yeah,
Dude, I'm
and
telling you, the rollers, you got
they probably would get away with it.
I have a slot you can put your envelope through. And if it fits through that envelope, that slot, it will not get touched by the rollers. And everything I've sent through has been way smaller than that slot. So like
everything that fits through that slot gets put through the rollers. It's stuff that's bigger than that slot that they don't go through the rollers.
The rollers are about this big. They're about like a quarter of an inch almost.
Well, next time when you go in, put fragile and have them hand stamp them.
I noticed the ones I draw on, and it says like smashed or force smashed on it. Somehow end up broken.
Yeah, because someone's probably at the other end saying smash. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm gonna put my footprint on
he
it.
stamps on it. Yeah. Yeah. So online it says a quarter inch is the thickness of the letters, domestic.
And I'm way
I
under.
used to get packages back from Amsterdam, and sometimes I would just ship them in regular postcards, really thick postcards, and I'd add a coin or a couple coins to it. And every once in a while, I'd get a card, an envelope in the mail, and you can clearly see a chunk of hash in there, or what would be a chunk of something. Because, yeah, the dirt from the envelope, that high spot, them going through the rollers, are the rollers dirty? Well, in Amsterdam, they are.
Dude, I got a letter back the other day, and it looked like shit.
I've gotten letters that
like it was
ripped
dragged
and they just put tape on them. and they're not realizing that they're taping the letter that's inside the envelope.
Race, duck race.
You should have seen a box I got here in Thailand, and it was shipped from Thailand. The post office literally just put a new label and everything on it and completely wrapped the whole box in tape. Because the box was shredded to pieces.
So I go to participants and I only see me, D, Fumidor, and J5.
And what, chat?
Mm-hmm. On participants.
No, there's a whole bunch of people. Maybe you need to refresh.
Yeah.
I see salt and seeds. I see.
Yeah, if they haven't said anything in a couple minutes, it won't. I think they get taken off.
Or do they have to be in top chat or live chat?
See, I just seen Mystic get added. Sultan got added back after he said something.
Did I get added?
Yeah, there you go, Captain.
Hardcore. Did I get added?
Yeah, you're on there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I forgot that it was weed that this guy gave me at the hydro store.
So say something in chat right now. I'm getting ready to pull the list.
Like I kept thinking, what strain is this? It's not like, wait, it's not very good. It's like, what is this? And then I remembered, oh yeah, it isn't even my weed. It's fucking some weed that I rolled up that this guy gave me. It looked cool. It smelled like pretty good, but it's bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
It ain't dang. It's just weed.
It's just weed. There's really good weed, and then there's just weed.
It's funny.
So it's just weed.
I was wondering where pot came from, where the word pot came from. I looked it up. But yeah, it's from a Mexican word.
Hey, Jeff.
But I was like,
purple shit.
Times maybe like they used to use. Like I remember at the border back when I was a kid in Tijuana. I don't even know how they had them, but in the lane, like the vendors that were selling stuff at the border, they would have like all these different things, Mexican jumping beans and piñatas. They would be also selling ceramic pots, like super cheap, like, planters. Like I always thought, oh, they must have smuggled the weed in the pots because like we bring it in their pots for a long time.
yeah, it was something else. Pataya, something like pataya. That's a Spanish word.
Pitaya. That's what a lot of people call patya here in Thailand.
Out of all the different nicknames for weed, I think the one that's the least appealing is pot. Like, yeah, like pot.
Marijuana sounds funny.
Weed, or like so many names. But pot, yeah, pot's like pot. It's like that word doesn't even have any excitement to it. Pot.
Bunch of potheads, stoners, all that kind of stuff makes me cringe.
I just sent you a packet.
When did it become like a popular thing? Like in the 50s or 60s or 70s? Like when did people start saying the word pot? Like, obviously. I'm sure there's
70s, 80s.
Like some story on the internet that will tell you, oh, this is the origin.
I think it was 70s.
Yeah. And the pot.
I think it could have been because of high times.
Like there's probably some story and somebody coined the term pothead.
Yeah.
And it stuck. Because I think people are called potheads is more commonly used than the word pot.
Right.
Yeah.
A bunch of potheads smoking dope. That's what I was.
Yeah.
Potheads smoking their dope. I was like, what my mom used to say. Gonna go smoke some dope. I was like, what are you talking about? It's called cannabis, bro. You're like, nah, it's not what we used to call it back in the day. Like, all right.
Oh,
All right.
shit.
Friend's grandmother said, "What are you having, a pot party?" Sure,
A lot of the terminology and stuff,
caught us smoking a joint. What are you having, a pot party?
not the Up in Smoke, but Cheech and Chong and their albums. Like, yeah,
Oh, that was classic.
like anything that they talked about as far as weed, that became like a thing, you know, because
Cool, man.
D, can you put my screen on full?
Dope equals meth
Oh,
nowadays.
yeah,
Big
sorry.
John.
Yeah, give me a
Back in the
second.
day, it's not what dope meant.
Set the pin.
Dope back in the day meant like
All right.
heroin.
You're
It's
full
still
screen.
big.
Well,
Yeah.
full screen.
Doing dope.
Yeah, something that made you dopey, made you like lethargic, all drugged out.
Good luck, everybody.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Tons of people called cannabis dope back in the day.
Yeah,
Smoking dope.
that
And then
I
it
think
became
dope,
real dope. Then it was like
Yeah.
real
you know,
dope.
smoking dope, that was late 60s, early 70s.
Yeah, I watched the
Coinage.
freaking Cheech and Chong stuff. So that's why I heard it as dope, I guess, growing up. I was just like, grew up watching Cheech and Chong. Like they, were in
Yeah,
the,
but those were late 70s, 80s movies.
those were great.
79 was Up in Smoke,
They
or
started.
78.
They
my dad
started.
was like a beatnik from the 50s and Cruiser and all this stuff, and was into weed since he was a kid.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, they were like into jazz and like everything came out of that.
Yeah.
It's a comedy stick.
Fuck's sake. I don't see
Tommy
me.
can actually play guitar,
Oh,
though.
I said I already sent you a package, so I just might. I
No,
just
no,
took-
okay. That's what I was gonna say. That's what I was gonna say. Don't worry about it.
Sorry, I thought you heard me.
No. No, look
The
at
comic's
hardcore.
got, the comic's
Oh,
got
really?
a not fair
Spider.
advantage. His nose is way bigger.
Oh, right. I didn't even notice that.
16, 15.
I'm watching the playback.
That one isn't going to win.
Big John's coming up. Oh, someone's making a rush.
Mine's
Ned
in
Kelly.
Oh no.
Ned Kelly.
Ned Kelly.
Ned
There
Kelly.
it
Yeah.
Congratulations, thank Kelly.
Whoever's in the lead with like 25 seconds is not going to win.
Here's 8. No,
Wow.
You wanna
it's the
be
last
in the cut.
12 to 15
Watch enough duck races, you don't want to be in the lead.
from the back.
That's not always true. I've seen one time one duck just went out to the lead and fucking stayed in the lead and won.
On the Christmas one, mine did that. The Santa Claus, mine stayed in front in the first, first all the way through another show.
Just hit me up wherever you want. Instagram, Discord. Yeah.
Signal.
Let me know.
The smash signal.
Hop on. Give it to them in chat. Private chat.
I'm saying.
So like the last month to grab some new seeds.
You were really lucky there for a while, Green Fingers. You had a streak going. The winning things.
I won something last week somewhere.
I've won
One time.
two grow lights.
That's all.
That's awesome.
That's
one was a photo contest from Dude Grows, and then one was like a giveaway. Be there, and we're giving away a light.
That's awesome.
I've only won one, and I haven't gotten the seeds yet. I'm sure I'll pick those seeds up when I pick up my T-shirt.
Yeah.
because Bud's the only one I've ever won seeds from.
Uh-huh.
Or anything cannabis related, really. Besides an auction, but you know, that was basically because I wanted it.
Oh, let's take you off. Oh, yeah.
Did anyone see the recent? It was supposed to be a Willy Wonka experience, and the parents paid $40 a person. Them and their kids, $40. They get there, it's like a abandoned warehouse with like tarps hung up and like a bunch. Like, look it up. It's hilarious.
Loompa, Loompa.
There was
Well,
it looked like
do.
this actor was like had the green hair like a Oompa Loompa,
I
and she
don't
was
think you
standing
could
in front of a
expect
table that looked like a meth
purple hair.
lab.
Or
you couldn't expect
Orange.
much of a Willy Wonka experience for $40. I mean, damn. That was the
Yeah, that's
first.
parking. That
No,
would
the
be cheap
first, the
parking at
funny
most
thing is,
places.
if you look
Yeah.
into it, they used all AI generated art,
Oh,
and like you
all
could
right.
read that the AI was having problems like with like wording. It's so funny. Go just look into it. It's in
Yeah.
Glasgow,
I,
UK, I think.
I saw that. That was
well, there you go.
good.
Hmm. They say the smear's doing well, making a lot of money.
You ever heard of the Fire Festival?
Yeah, they got the dead there for 3 fucking months.
Yeah, and you too. Yeah, yeah, and you too.
Yeah, but they still got to make back an extra $2 billion.
We're there next month for 3 nights.
Sheesh.
That's
They
sold
gotta.
out because it's just 3 nights. It sold out fast. Like, yeah.
It's not a big venue. It's gonna take a lot of shows and a lot of like big.
It holds
Then
21,000.
now they're just charging a lot.
Did you?
Yeah, but
Did you know
21,000
that?
is arena. Like most arenas only hold like 14 to like 21,000.
That's huge. That's
That's
stadium size.
Yeah, that's arena. What's the sphere?
Stadium. Oh, upwards of 100,000, 60, 70 the stadium, but arenas, which Spears basically an arena, 21,000. Like most sporting places, when they knocked them down and built these new ones, they have less capacity because, like, even the bad seats are pretty good.
So it's 20,000 with standing capacity. With seating, it's 18,600.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Dead are playing at 21,000. U2 played at 18,000 seats.
And that has standing room.
Floor.
So, all right, let's estimate how much they make
Well,
on the
I can
seating.
tell you the math. Like the Dead are playing
It's 8 million a show.
shows at 21,000 people. That comes out to 520,000 seats over 3 months sold. And the average ticket price is probably
250.
well, no, it's 300 and 395. So the
So
floor
say 350. Yeah.
5, so 400, but that's only a few thousand seats. So okay, it's probably 350 average. So 350 times 500,000. That's how much money is just the ticket sales for 24 shows over 3 months. It's a lot of money.
$17 billion.
That's a lot of cannabis.
No, wait, what?
17 billion.
I don't think it's billions. It can't
I
be
don't think
billions.
it's
1
How much
billion.
was it?
Half a
1 million times 350,000.
It's a
So
lot.
350 billion. Yeah.
It's like a million. I'm not
A
crazy.
million times 350,000. Yeah, 350 billion.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you get to 3 digits and then you've got 500,000 tickets, You
Yeah,
know,
but
that
also
goes up really quick.
overhead, dude. That place takes a lot to
Well, I
fucking
mean,
run.
yeah, that money goes to a lot of places, but okay. When they built the spear, the talk was, oh my God, they went over budget like double, and it was in the
Double,
billions,
almost
right?
triple.
Almost triple, right? So some people were calling into question, oh, is it bad investment? Fuck, who spends that much on a place? Well, wait, start doing the math, and
Yeah,
and
that's the
wait,
thing. It's a new attraction.
YouTube played there not that long ago. That was the grand opening. Okay, so okay, give it a year, 2 years. Oh, that money will be back quick.
Hey, yeah.
Well, you got to remember, it's all, they also put it in Vegas where money flows, like a river.
Yeah, and what it is over the
Okay.
last 20 years, a lot of artists.
Oh,
Prince was one of the first people that had a residency. His was at the Rio called 3121, where he played his residency for years, right? And then different artists have had residencies there where they like Dion and different ones. They Elton John, different artists. They yeah, you basically just stay and live there and do X amount of shows. And Carlos Santana has a residency there. Um,
That's a
there's
big thing in Vegas.
different deals to the residencies, but the spear and the thing like YouTube did and the dead are doing, that's taking the residency idea. Like basically what they're saying to those acts, why tour? Just come and set up here.
just come here.
Well,
And it is sort of centrally located. And yeah, at the beginning, because it's an experience, people are willing to do all that. We'll see in 3 or 4 years how that works out, right? Because yeah, like anything, it's just people. It won't be such a thing anymore, or maybe it will. We'll see. They don't care because at the numbers they're making, they'll have their money back. Things in Vegas goes through things quick. Like even when you said, the stratosphere was shitty, I remember so many years ago when that was like the hottest new place because it had this roller coaster up at top and it had all this like shit and like even though it was a little bit off the strip, it was the hot place for a year or so, right? And then yeah, the Rio was hot for a few years, and now I've seen there's videos of
New York
people that
was hot.
make YouTube content where they go to some of the old casinos and really
The
show how run
Flamingo.
down they are, right? Like a couple of them that had their heyday, just haven't been refreshed, would say, or whatever. But that costs a lot of money. Or just yeah, like they check into a room, they show you how dingy it is, and they show you how the kitchen, everything they can to like disparage the place.
all right.
The
I gotta go.
Flamingo.
Have a good night.
If you
Later,
if you
Snot.
go
See you,
for
Snot.
like one of their deals and you look at the room, it's like a superior, but the same room for $8 more. Actually, it's $6 more. Pay the extra $6 because all of a sudden you get a nicer bed, you get a nicer view. You actually have an air conditioning and heating unit that you can adjust above like a certain temperature
Yeah, well,
or
most
below
likely
a certain temperature.
at their facility, they upgraded a certain section of the place, and there's still a section that they they haven't,
Haven't
and then
gotten to yet.
you pay less for you get what you pay for. Bottom line,
Exactly. But even
Vegas.
that
I mean, I can remember
$4
when
to six
Vegas
dollar
was good,
difference.
where you didn't always have to gamble big to get free shit from them. They were always like, oh, you get free hotel, you get this, like come, you play your card, you get all this free shit, and then they go through phases, is what I'm saying. we're like, oh no, it's not that much free shit in Vegas, not like it used to be.
Nope.
No, it says parking's
No cheap
$100 at the
dinners.
Sphere.
Yeah, like
$100 at the
now
Sphere for parking.
they're on a different wave as far as where they're at. Oh, in a few years. Oh, one thing about Vegas, they keep recreating themselves. Like they've gone to like family friendly for a few years. That's what some of those
The
New
80s
York,
was.
different places were. Oh, and then they've
Yeah,
gone to adult,
circus.
right? They go super adult, more strip, more women thing. Now, one of their main things is very high end shopping, meaning even Rodeo Drive. A lot of these stores have pulled off Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills. That's like
Rodeo.
where it all started. But no, in Vegas, they got all those designer things in all these places and food. They have like you wouldn't think that in the past that like Vegas wasn't known for the greatest food. They gave you a lot of it, and they had buffets and all these different fucking.
Yeah, they
But
had
now
some
they have
good
like
food.
really
They
good
had
like
top
high end
end
restaurants
steakhouses.
Yeah, I
and
experienced stuff for the first time there. I remember.
yeah, I mean, but now they're
Fancy
really
stuff.
into the high. Like even my brother's who's a chef says that like a lot of the true A product, right? Whether it's fruits, vegetables, meats, whatever, A product, the top of the line stuff.
A
Yeah,
product.
Vegas has so much high end restaurants, and that they buy like most of it, and it ultimately gets into price. Yeah, they don't care what it costs. Like even fish from Hawaii and stuff. Oh, yep, they sell a lot of it to like. Uh, so it's harder for other cities with everywhere has to fine dining and all that. But yeah, Vegas in the last so many years has exploded on the high end food thing that as far as like the good product which it takes to have one of those type establishments, yeah, they buying it all up.
Yeah, the good meats, the prime,
Yeah,
where like in most supermarkets, it's like mostly just choice. And
yeah,
some
no,
places will have a little section of some prime meats, like all the way at the end, just a little bit, you
yeah,
know.
no. And like
Yeah,
Costco has the blue package
yeah,
prime,
like
and
Costco. Yep.
that's for sure. And oh, that stuff's super expensive, and that isn't even the best of prime. Like I'm saying, in like restaurant business, they call it A, B, C. They go down to triple C, triple E. Most food that we have access to as normal people is in the like C range, right?
Elemental.
The A level food, oh, that's
Right.
all like at this other price, and a lot of it goes to restaurants and other things. And B level food, oh, if you shop at certain places, you might have more access to it, but like Albertsons and Ralph's, Vaughn's, whatever the regular grocery stores are, oh no, that's pretty much C level shit. Didn't always used to be that way, but it is now.
Yep. And maybe the really bad stuff goes to the fast food
Well, a
places,
lot
like
of
the
it
lettuce,
is
tomatoes
is
they get.
pretty expensive. Like the price for the good shit is more than what most people are we're gonna pay.
Yeah. Yeah.
But oh, there's no question. Like even just simple, you go and spend that extra money to get that prime at Costco, right? And you don't
It's
overcook it
good.
because you definitely don't want to overcook that shit. Yeah, you could use like a butter knife. It barely even needs to be chewed. It fucking almost melts in your mouth, right? It's that quality. Oh, you go to like Albertsons. Yeah, I mean they look good in the package, sort of, but oh no, that stuff's not even on like not even near on the same level. No matter what seasoning, what you try to do to it, no.
Yeah, I'd rather eat less of it, less
Yeah, that's
often,
kind of
and
my like me,
give it
especially as
time.
you get older. I'd rather, yeah, I don't eat. I'm not into having some giant ass fucking thing. I'd rather have a little portion of the goods, even if it's like chicken. Yeah, there's a big difference in organic chicken and chicken, for sure. Like
Mm-hmm.
see it there. There's a few items where you
Air
see it,
dried.
like milk.
'Cause-
I see it clearly in milk, right? Like I've drinking organic milk pretty much so long that I can't. No, I couldn't drink that. I even that. Oh, I wouldn't order milk in a restaurant because most of the time it's not organic. It's just regular milk, and yeah, no, that's not as good. It's like I don't
yeah.
know.
With chicken though, I hate they put water and salt on it. You know, they'll coat it with a glaze with just
They use a lot of
frozen
different techniques, yeah. And
water. And,
the thing I know a little bit. I know enough about chicken that I don't want to know anymore because if you at all know, like, really understand the reality of the then you probably aren't
yeah.
going to eat chicken.
I lived in a
Well,
town where there was a chicken factory, and the
Even
trucks
the
coming
thing
up with the
is
cages with them,
in
and
most stores and stuff, even especially with eggs, where they say, "Oh, it's free range," or "It's this," or dude, none of those words mean anything. Like they can say whatever. Like a lot of, but there are a couple a unless you're getting it really from like farmers market or a person, but any company that's got distribution that's claiming that,
yeah.
oh yeah, the chicken roams free in the field and yeah, give me a fucking break.
well, pasture raised is that's at least what
And
I
we
look
just
for.
expect all
Maybe they're
these things
eating
like
natural
yeah,
food, just
no.
grass.
Now there's different levels of the chickens. Like some people raise them in enclosed things, but they can move around. And then
Right.
some people just have gone to where, oh no, just strap it in and it doesn't even
Yeah,
fucking
not even catering. But they'll have the free range where they'll feed them though, like they'll this one will be free range and vegetarian feed. There's a popular brand like that.
yeah.
But I like free
I,
range where it's
Okay.
pasture
maybe
fed.
it's just a skeptic in me, but I
Yeah,
don't believe half the shit they say. I
and
don't
I can
believe.
taste a little different. But you're right. Just like everything else, growing it yourself and getting it from someone who does. I've always wondered about flour too. Um, I mean, I don't think I've ever experienced freshly ground
Hey,
grains and like a flour and something made with that
they're still
flour.
one of the biggest operators in this area. They
I guess
grow
some
a lot of
tortilla is
tomatoes
amazing.
and they grow strawberries commercially. It's actually a group of Japanese families that own all this land and do this. When I first met Sabrina and we were just getting together the first couple years, that was her job. She they gave her this big suburban, and every morning she'd go to the main packing house on their farm and load up to go to farmers markets, okay, to sell berries and and
What's packing? Oh,
and tomatoes. And there, with my own eyes, because like I would help her out. There were times I went there. Oh, we knew the whole thing. Okay, they grew tomatoes. Okay, they grew a lot of tomatoes. Some tomatoes they would put in boxes that said organic. Some tomatoes, the same tomatoes, just went in the other boxes, right? So, oh, they grew good tomatoes, right? No question, like, right? Or tried to, but yeah, the same
Axel.
tomato, it didn't matter. Like,
Axel.
like they put those in that box and call them organic. They put those in that, they weren't organic. Now this was a lot of years ago. Maybe there's more regulation in this whole organic thing, but like, yeah, no, it was the same tomato. It's like if yeah, it was the same strawberry. Like, oh, they grew good strawberries. Like they were always good, but that doesn't mean they were organic.
Axel.
But they put them in those packages and charged more at the farmers market than you could buy those same tomatoes as like a restaurant or whatever. by the case, and yeah, I they were just bullshitting. Not now. Is that how the whole industry works? Probably not, but some of it does works that way. Especially now that you go to the grocery store, most of the organic stuff isn't even grown in the United States. It comes from Mexico or other country. So you're like, oh, I'm really gonna trust the standards of organic in Mexico?
Yeah, and China would be even more skeptical
Whoa,
of what they're doing.
that's a crazy.
But I mean, that gets into like if you're really spending extra money and eating organic because that's your choice, then yep, that's why you like farmers market and know your farmers. Like even at that, yeah, there's a difference between there's there's businesses that operate at farmers markets, and then there's actually farmers that operate at farmers markets. You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, some people just buy wholesale and go to a farmer's market and sell it there.
Yeah, no, for sure. The,
G5
the truth is, most people that are actually doing farming have so much work to do that the last thing they can think about is like packing shit up and going and setting up at a farmer's market.
G5. That's funny. Whole plant was trying to grow away from you. Good one. Hello, everybody in chat. Hello, all you lurkers in the background. Smoking a joint, doing some work. Doing some gardening. Cheers, everybody. I'm saying. What's everybody smoking on in chat? I need to get a coffee, I think.
Yeah, I was just eating something I left out. Talking about food. I'm going to mention to this French bakery next time, maybe, if we get into a chat with them. Yeah, you ever think of making your own flour, grinding your own flour, milling your own flour? Do they do that in France? I think he's worked in France. So I'll ask him, do they do that in
Probably,
France?
Crystal. I don't think he's a baker, though.
Hmm.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm not a big White Widow fan. Right, so.
Smoking the last of this Cheeto Puffs. Found one last nug. Shit smells so fire.
Right on. I'll be smoking some Teddy's Nightmare soon.
Yeah, I'm down to like this jar is getting pretty low. It's like the last jar. What really hits for me. So like I just picked a couple of plants that are drying now.
Right on.
Plants.
You'll take Gorilla.
So like it's like you're just gonna be close. I'm almost like rationing it. It's not wasting it really. But yeah, there's that transition period. I kind of like it though. It's all right. Yeah, it's all right. You get a little low, and then you really appreciate it when it comes in again.
Oh, dirty
What's up?
bit.
Yeah, otherwise, it's just endless, and that's always good too. But I don't mind as long as I don't totally run out. Then it's gonna be really good to smoke that new stuff. There's, there's one that I ran out of. Finished that jar a while back, so I'll be able to smoke one of those plants again. The
All right.
platinum asset, dingus.
No sense standing here like a stone-footed rooster in a fuck farm. Let's see if anybody in chat knows what movie that was from.
Yeah, that was a weird phrase. I didn't catch that.
Hey?
I didn't recognize that one.
Oh.
Yeah, I missed it, man.
I said no sense standing around here like a stone-footed rooster in a fuck farm.
Yeah, I don't know where that's from either. Damn.
Don't put it. Yeah, I don't know if I even understand that, but it's not that too much.
Okay.
Today's Super Tuesday, right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. Thanks for reminding me, actually. By the way, everybody, don't forget to tune in tomorrow for the hygiene safety meeting at 12 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on one of the few we the Flavors channels.
Only Tuesday that matters is Fat Tuesday. That's the beginning of Mardi Gras.
Yeah, did you ever go down there, Louisiana? I'm blanking on it now. Actually, I was there once. Blanking on it. What's the city in Louisiana where the Mardi Gras is held?
I don't think, no. Yeah. Too many people for me. I couldn't deal with that.
Yeah, it wasn't Mardi Gras. We were down there some other time. Food was great. But it was all before they had the big hurricane, was it? Flood disaster down there. In the,
None of us live down there.
food was
D's
great. It
north
was
of the border. Come
great
on.
music. Great music. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Great to visit. It was one of the great places to visit. It was just great French American cuisine
Border.
in Creole. Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Good food.
The food, some of the food, a lot of the food sounds pretty damn good down there. Especially I love
Yeah,
hot
but
and
that
spicy food.
it's probably not as good as it was, but they've rebuilt it by now. That was a party town, music party town. Great food and walk around the streets and if you're a drinker, it's great. Just
The
walk around
jazz
drinking.
festival used to be really, really good.
Yeah, yeah, jazz. Went to the one bar with get the guy's name. They had like a bust of his head. You like people come in, you rub, they would rub his head. I don't know about nowadays, but back then, um, his nickname, some jazz star.
In '87, I got indicted for conspiracy to distribute LSD out of the Fifth District of Louisiana, which was in the courthouse was in uh, New Orleans,
Lafayette.
and
New
they
Orleans,
flew
yeah.
me out there and put me up in a nice hotel, and I had like a food per diem for over 2 weeks because there was the grand jury
Nice.
and there was this whole thing, and I had to meet with the district attorney and the DA and all these fucking things. It was this crazy time. And every night I'd go into the French Quarter. My hotel was right there and get drunk. This back when I still drank and get drunk as fuck. And
Drunk as fuck.
and
Drunk.
And that
spend their
jazz
money.
player, was it
Like I had
the
like
professor?
$100
Maybe
a
was that
day
guy?
for meals or whatever. And I was there for like 2 weeks just partying
Uh-huh.
on their dime.
Was it Merle Sanders was down there, like from the dead? They had a There's somebody from the dead down there too.
He's
So
been down there a lot.
yeah,
Well,
it
I mean,
was
there's
him. Oh,
the
and
New Orleans music thing is goes back a long ways. Tipitinas and the Radiators and a bunch of they got their own style of music that comes out of New Orleans and the Meters. Um, so much good
yeah,
music comes out
I
of
don't
that.
love it, but it's it's music.
Man,
Yeah,
that's like a town where, like, yeah, you go out, music doesn't even start till like 11 at night and play till 2, 3 in the morning and stuff. Like it's like a bar scene. Yeah, in the '80s when I went to New Orleans, I drank, so it was a lot of fun. I've been back since. As a I don't drink. Yeah, it's really
yeah, it's a lot different.
it's a drinker's place. Like
Uh-huh.
I don't even like to be around that many drunks. Like fuck
Because
that.
you're allowed to just walk around drinking, open drinking,
Yeah,
no
yeah.
problem. Yeah, it's allowed in the streets. Streets are made for walking in. Yeah, but food, yeah, just great food and different culture. Whole French
Oh, they have a lot of good food,
history.
like bakeries, and even what's that thing, the baguette, or no, the
Oh yeah, the
it seems
muffaletta.
really simple, and you think, wow, why can't they make that other places? But oh no, you got to go there for the good one.
No, we had some what do they call it like that? Wasn't a cafe. Oh, it was just great. It's a great menu, and they had some great cooks down there, like that heavy guy, and he's got a whole seasoning line. The big guy, and he
Emerald.
had a no, somebody else.
Yeah.
Maybe he's down there too. Yeah, but no, it was even before him.
Um. Oh my
That other
God.
guy. But
Bam.
yeah, there's Bam, but before him,
Oh,
there was somebody else too who has a whole other
I hear
seasoning
you
line.
knocking, but you can't come in.
They've had a long
They've
standing
had
food
yeah,
culture
they
in
have
New
a lot of
Orleans.
yeah.
Emerald Lagasse. That's what I think.
Yeah, yeah. But before him too, there was somebody else I'm thinking of.
We had some freaking
But yeah,
food.
great food. Great food down there. Like really, like even if you don't think stuff you might not like crawdads, they try it. Yeah. That was the first time I had crawdads and
Well, they
mock
got their
turtle
own
soup.
like style of cuisine down there for sure.
I remember asking, is this real mock turtle? Is turtle a real mock?
Oh.
Yeah.
Got the door that time.
But even when you realize that this whole city's basically built at sea level or below sea level, like you're like, oh, well, this is pretty stupid. Like you can't bury people because it's beneath the water table. So that that's why all the
Mm-hmm.
cemeteries are in the above ground.
Yeah. Yeah, I think during that flood or the hurricane, how that yeah, they were floating. That's always when the stories go, oh, the caskets were floating down the street.
Well, yeah, when all that happened, that's when I learned a lot more about like structurally or that's not structurally, the geographic, or yeah, like maybe you shouldn't have built a big city in a place that's basically
Yeah,
like below sea
Is
level.
a yeah.
yeah, you got to cross that long lake to get down
It
there.
is the
You drive.
Mississippi Delta. I mean, come on.
There's a bridge. It's like a bridge basically over that swampy lake that just goes on and on.
Well, I
What it
mean,
all is like
Katrina was a
swamp.
long time ago, but that was like the first time in my life you saw like a total major city where whatever happened was bigger than what this, like even the worst earthquakes in Cali and stuff. And I've been in some of those, like everything was pretty, yeah, there was damages, but like things were under control or whatever. Oh, during Katrina, that was beyond out of control. That was fucking crazy.
I'm out of here, guys. Have a good night. I'll see you all tomorrow for the safety meeting.
Peace,
Peace
T.
out.
All right, bye. Thanks. Yeah, I remember having some coffee at that famous coffee place down there too. Yeah, good coffee.
Yeah, it's it's got its traditions. I love as a city. Oh, it's a nice. It's got its charm.
Yeah, we didn't go on the paddle boat, whatever kind of boat things they had, but they had that too.
Now I also
There was a
remember it
lot going
being
on.
really fucking humid there and uncomfortable. Where I was like, oh no, fuck this place. I don't like no that kind of humidity is not fun. It's sticky, but
I
only a
think
short
of
part of
that
the year.
like southern Thailand. The heat down there is completely different than the heat I have up here. I mean, it's like 95 degrees, but I have like a 7, 8 mile per hour wind right now, and it's just beautiful. But if I go out in that sun out there, whoa, that's a totally different story. That UV just roasts you. Literally 45 minutes out in that sun right now. And I don't care who you are, you probably have sunburn.
I mean,
Mm.
ultimately, isn't that why over the centuries, that's why people's complexion, their skin color is darker or
Darker.
brown or
Yep.
whatever, because that the sun and that's just the
But they burn too.
evolution of that kind of sun over
I live
centuries.
in the middle of the desert and I'm white as heck.
They they
Yeah,
I'm half
they
Syrian and
burn.
Mexican.
The Thai people burn too, though,
Right?
because I've got a Thai friend that during certain times of the year he's got to be outside doing training, and he says, "Yeah, I burn." Because he came back and he's got the short haircut and the top of his head and his head's all fucking red.
well, I mean, you go far enough back in history, right? Right, and then the Caucasian or the white light skin that came from those people that developed or in northern places. Oh, and then they mixed, but before they mixed, oh, the there was a time when like the representation of people and the skin color and all that just really was where what environment they lived in, right?
Or if they were rich, actually, a lot of it had to do with were you rich enough where you didn't have to go outside and work?
Well,
That
yeah.
has a lot to do with it too. Here in
No, but
Thailand, They try to be as white as they can. They try to imitate like the Chinese white look.
Same in the Philippines. Like one of the biggest products for women are whiteners.
Yep.
The heck? That's crazy.
And they basically bleach their skin.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
Well, it's just like
I mean, I think if we dug through the fads of beauty stuff,
going
we find
tanning.
that we maybe didn't do that, but people in America, similar concept, do use products to
Go to a tanning booth,
tanning booths, and now
the
they have the
spray
spray
on
on,
tan.
like
That's
like
weird.
yeah. There's
White people
people
go into tanning
whose
booths.
like job it is, or that they have a business where they like mobile spray tan people, right? Where they
Yeah.
you go and you get naked and then they just fucking spray you
Well,
basically
maybe you
with a
have to.
fucking like equivalent to a a paint spray setup.
If you're a model,
Exactly.
you're doing that.
People still do
Someone,
that.
if someone that's good at it layers it and it looks
Mhm.
even or
That
what, it always
politician
matters
used
so much.
always looked
But
like he did
I don't
it.
know
That
about
one
you,
guy.
but that'd just be weird. So that means you have something on your skin, like that's weird.
Yeah. Or bodybuilders would do that too.
Yeah, I mean humans. I mean,
You know,
I
if
think
they're
it's one of
in a
the like
That
contest.
takes off all the
for,
muscles, though.
for the
Like,
longest time, it's one of
Yeah,
the sectors of
for 5 minutes,
economics for
that's
yeah.
humans.
See the cuts.
For 30
It's
minutes,
like
it's acceptable.
beauty or self care or whatever you want to classify it as, because it's men and women. It's women have
Yeah.
maybe a little more
Some
majority of that
did
in their life, but
anybody on their feed get something called the Black Tape Project?
Nope.
No, I should pull this up. There must be a fashionista up there. I don't know how this is going, but it's a fashion project from New York. Well, maybe I'll have to mute myself.
I have noticed over the last few years there's like all these products, whether it's shampoo, soap, even other lotion, different things that are like hemp. Uh, Actually, this one stuff I bought, it was pretty good. The company's name on the label was Hemps. It was HEMPS or Z, or is that? It's like a brand of shampoos and shit. It wasn't bad. Or oh no, I like they made a like a soap, like a liquid soap. Um, it was pretty good. It's supposedly it's got hemp in it, or I don't know. Like if you read the direction or the ingredients, it like has some minimal amount of that in there. But they sure put it on the label big because it's like a selling point now. You know.
Yeah, myself has beer in it. I got 3 different
So many
bars,
years
3 different types of
ago,
beer.
yeah, nope, there weren't that many products that had hemp in it. Seems like it's a fad lately. Cosmetic products or whatever.
I
Like
remember stuff with hemp in it. It just wasn't like very well done back then. Like
yeah, there was some. I
it
mean,
would like
it has all the properties that it should be. It's a good it's good for all those things. And
some of the first stuff didn't have any scent at all, or they put like the lavender, the same smell everybody would use. It's either
well, it
really
would be
plain or really
cool
smelly.
because I like good like bars of soap. There's like scented ones. There's fucking crazy people make homemade soap. It'd be killer if there was like a soap that was like, yeah, and even afterwards you smelt a little bit like it of like a strain or like weed, like not
They do.
weed,
They
weed
they
growing.
do. It's called Bud and Lather. You haven't smelled their soap, Bud?
No, I've heard that guy on the
They got
show.
4 of those
So wait,
bars,
is
and
soaps really smell like
Yeah,
There's something like
they use their true terpenes. So he's using true terpenes, which is the natural terpenes, and he puts it in the soap, so it smells like whatever. You can get it smelling like any weed you want. They have GDP, they have OG, all the
you've tried it.
yeah, they smell just like it. Yeah,
Oh, all right. I might have to order some because yeah, I think that'd be cool. Like
Do
yeah,
you smell like it after you
sometimes I
shower
yeah,
though?
you smell like the
lavender
chewy and
soap
freaking
or
whatever it
sandalwood
is
or
that's in there. You
whatever.
smell like
Why
it.
wouldn't there be like like we weed
This
smell?
one,
Like what's wrong with that? That smells good.
this one has the honey, what coconut honey, chamomile. You smell, and then that's the lip ones that really smell like the terpenes though. So like, I'm not sure if you got the terpenes in all of the stuff. You have
Well,
to look at the
I've heard. I
terpene.
don't know this, but I've heard that. Yeah, there. I don't know the title of it, but there's like these
There it is.
experts that are perfume makers or scent makers, right? And uh, over the years, they've you know people have tried to create these these smells, but it's not as simple as that. It's like complex. It's where a lot of things. Oh, you want it to smell like this? Oh, here it is. You know what I mean? And a lot of times, what's used to make something that smells like that isn't even that. It's a combination of two other things that make it smell like that in a product like soap or lotion or
Right. Yeah, I think all the true terpenes
how
went
they
down in
how
price
they like
a lot.
yeah some I remember watching a thing about it was really about scents and perfume, but that sometimes they make something smell like this, it's other things that that are used. And mainly because I've people talk about it during cannabis shows over the years. Yeah, like I like grapes, and I tried
Yeah, you gotta cut that.
that's got to be hardcore for sure. But
Yeah,
I
we
forgot.
gotta watch on this channel so we don't get Fumi kicked off too. So
I don't know. Um, yeah, I think if it was easy, there would already be like scents out there, like uh, essential oils,
exactly.
right? Because
I think they break to get perfume is an alcohol base. So I think if you mix it with the alcohol, it probably just kind of what maybe evaporates. Because I understand that to extract terpenes properly, it's through like a steam extraction, if I'm correct. But, I don't know shit about this. So, I'm just putting out what I've heard. But I heard it's like a water or steam extraction for the terpenes.
well, all right. I mean, because
And it
it's one of my favorite things, even though it's hard to find it anymore these days. But like, yeah, Kush, that smell of what Kush is. If there was,
They have, they should have Kush. They have all the flavors. Looking at all of them: Pineapple Express, Skywalker, OG, Gelato, Purple Punch, Banana Kush, Gorilla. glue number 4, strawberry cough. They have like every Girl Scout cookies, runts, sunset sherbet, Maui Wowie, wedding cake, tangy, New York diesel, super lemonades. They got so many different. That's just a sample pack. That's not even all of them. Yeah, there's so many different flavors. And
Someone
then,
was putting out a terpene kit
yeah,
for
that's
a
True
while.
Terpenes. Yeah, so that's the one
Yeah.
I'm looking at from True Terpenes. And the price went down from, it was a lot before. Now it's really low price compared
What
to
is
price.
it now? Do you know? Because
It's
I may want to get one.
$35 for 5 milliliter container. But they
Well,
used
they
to be
had like
that was a
they had a
$35
kit
set for
that
like
was
10
like
of
a
them.
they had
I
a
can
kit
see.
that you got like a little bit of each terpene, and it was to, be able to show people the different smell of the different terpenes. So it was an educational kit. That was what I
Yes.
thought you were talking about.
Sweet Terps has this one or similar, but it's a different brand. But I don't know if theirs is as good as the True Terpenes was. There's 4 different options. They might have different stuff, different flavors. Yeah, all different flavors you could choose from. Holy shit. There's orange cookies. Awesome. Blue Dream, Hidden Kush, Dosey Do, Apple Jacks, Papaya.
Because I'm actually looking for a terpene kit, something that I can get the different terpenes so I can go around and use it as an educational
Yeah,
guide
so they have
for
those flavors
people.
right here that just have like limonene, myrcene, and like all that stuff too.
Okay.
Yeah,
See,
they have like
that'd be the type
vanilla,
of,
which is the terpenes, and they have one with all the flavor of the weeds. So then you could really show them what this weed's supposed to smell like. Like, yeah,
yeah.
and then like show them the terpenes and be like, this is what the terpene is that you're smelling in this weed, and then really could break it down to them. That's cool the way they have it all set up now for really lower price compared to before. It was like $1,000 for a set. Now it's
Yeah,
30.
it was.
Yeah, and that was a 5 milliliter, just like these ones. It's 30 something dollars now for this other one. I can't find the two stripping one though. Still gotta look it up better. There it is, official. Couldn't find official anywhere.
So yeah, I'm gonna have to order one of those. So when I get, well, I can order it when I get back to the States. But I have a uh, consultation job with a few doctors, and to sit down and discuss the different types of effects that different types of terpenes give. And since I really don't have a taste for a lot of these flavors, I'm more of a cause and effect person and always have been because of the conditions I have. So I'm going to go back, and there's a group of doctors in Ohio that want to learn more about cannabis so they can better prescribe or better inform their patients of maybe the type of cannabis that will work best for them or better. That way they're just not going in and, having no type of information when they go into a dispensary and trying to pick out the different types of cannabis. I asked the guy actually to come on today to the show, and I'm going to see if I can't get him on. He does a cannabis on IG for the state of Ohio, and it's politically driven. And Ohio just dropped their medical card in March, I believe, to 1 penny, but it's still costing you like $100 to go to see the doctor and up. I think they've got one doctor that is doing a special, and it's like $65 for your medical, or 75, something like that. Which is actually good for Ohio. And I'll actually get an Ohio card. I'll renew my Michigan one first because I may have to use that one in a business deal.
I mean, pretty much we live in a time now where, like, in my mind, a 20 is like 100. Like, so I could, it used to be a
Yep.
$20 bill was like, now, now a 20 is like a $1 bill. You need a $100 bill. Everything's $100. So like an appointment with anybody, yeah, what do you expect it to be? $30? No, those days are over.
When I go to the hospital, and depending on what hospital and what doctor, my appointment is between 260 and 420 baht. So I don't pay over $15 for a doctor's appointment here in Thailand. And that's
Well,
walking
even
into
here,
the hospital to see an internal medicine doctor.
when insurance started the copay thing so many years ago, it was a long time ago, copays were like $10, right? That was a copay, $10. Now copays are like $35.
Like 100.
Yeah, or even higher.
My one friend, she had to pay 30% of her bills, or 40% of her bills, up until she reached like $6,000 or $8,000, and then the insurance would pay for like 80 or 90% of it.
Yeah.
And that's working in the food union, like the supermarkets and the cashier type people union. And that they've got a pretty good union. I mean, shit, cashiers in Ohio are getting paid $20 an hour.
Cheers.
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, cheers. Yeah, 420.
Well, in California, I mean, it seems crazy, but they passed a law that fast food workers, minimum wage is $20. That
That
doesn't
seems
mean
like what it
from
should be.
30 hours a week.
all minimum wage is 20, but fast food is. So like you could have another job that's actually probably takes more skills and work harder. Yeah, maybe you get 17 an hour, but fast food 20, start 20.
Gavin Newsom got into trouble, something with that with
And a lot of that is,
Panera.
well, I'm not like a big customer of fast food, but like, oh, they don't have deals anymore. Like
they don't get
like,
tips.
no, I mean, like they're not giving you like, oh, there's not a sign going, oh, it only costs so much. Oh no, it's the other way around. They're charging full dig for
Oh
everything
yeah, they used to have
on the
signs all
menu.
the time. They don't really have that
And
anymore. I don't know.
The dollar
and
menu is pretty.
maybe
The
in
dollar
places
menu is
that they
$3.
don't have to pay $20 an hour to the employees, but here, as soon as they had to start paying $20 an hour, yeah, they started charging full oh, I know from McDonald's it's like $12.74 for like a quarter pounder fries and a Coke, $12.74. They used to have like
Wow.
deals, you know what I mean? There's always
Yeah,
some
the
deal
win
you could get.
McDonald's
the
app.
windows were always covered with posters that said what the latest deal was.
Yeah, yeah, no, not the
We're loading
$20
the
thing.
McDonald's
No deals. I haven't noticed them.
Happy Weekend deal in
But
McDonald's.
that's what the detractors said was going to
McNuggets and a
happen.
Coke.
That was
$3.
basically what the company said was going to happen when there was the lead up to this thing passing or happening. And sure enough, that's what happened.
Let's see. Deals.
So in essence, they're not changing their profit at all. It's just being passed on to, and probably like, oh, they probably could get away with charging 11, but oh, they're just going to use this as a reason to tack on another buck.
Oh, the fish sandwich is only 59 baht right now. So it's like $1.65.
No, there used to be a thing where you get like 2 Big Macs. You buy one, you get one free. Yeah, no. Now, like the Big Mac is $6.99 or something, and then the meal is like 12 something. Yeah.
A pepper chicken burger and a pork burger and a 12-ounce Coke for 99 baht. So under $3.
And I'm not
Let's
sure
see about a Big Mac.
But I don't think it means like some like independent place that could be considered fast food. I think it's the fast food corporations, Burger King, McDonald's, KFC, that those people have to pay. I don't think like if you had a small sandwich shop or whatever, you would have to pay that. Maybe you should, but
You should, yeah, I think so. Things like that.
Pepper chicken McMuffin and hash brown, 69 baht.
But like, okay, so I saw a thing last year that averaged out California average cannabis job, and I think it was 1460. Yeah, it was average pay. That included bud tender, whatever, low level labor to whatever, 1460 average cannabis job. So at this point, you could get a job at whatever fast food and make like 14 or 15 to 20. That's 25% more.
The state of Ohio tried to push something like that. They said it was going to create this many new jobs and that it was going to, their pay was going to equal this. It worked out that everybody, if you average it out, everybody was going to make almost $57,000 a year. And just like you said, Bud, you know, everybody working in the shop, no, they're going to be like $12, $15 an hour back in Ohio because we're not California. So we're a couple dollars cheaper. There is no way in hell, you know, the money that they put up there. Yeah, maybe the guy running the whole grow facility is making $500,000 a year or $1 million a year.
The other part of that whole thing, and they do this mainly for the legal part of benefits, is that, and especially now that the higher wages, for sure, everyone's part time, like 30 hours, not 40, because then if you 40-hour employee, then after so much benefits. Oh, if you're part time, you get around that. And so yeah, all these jobs that they seem to not be able to fill are a lot of part time jobs.
Those should definitely be $20 an hour.
Yeah. If you've got to go and pay for your own medical, Now, even though everybody should realize by now that medical bills don't count on your credit, and basically, you really, if you don't have the money, they're never going to get it from you.
Hey, a couple
They
of
know
years
that.
ago, there was this
Oh yeah.
story, this local news guy that always is trying to uncover shit, that that segment where it was the Walmart over here in Oceanside that mainly, but what we're talking about, the part-time workers, all this, and so they all qualified for like free medical, whatever, and that in the same shopping center that the Walmart was in, this doctor, whatever, opened up this office basically to serve the medical needs of the Walmart employees that all had
Yeah,
like signed up because they had a job and most of them probably would have worked full time, but oh no, they're in this like gray area and so they qualified for free whatever medical. And so then the point of the story was that the taxpayer or the public is paying what Walmart isn't paying, right? Right. So Walmart does all this to save whatever on their bottom line, but then they're just passing all that cost it to the public sector.
But it looks like you just smoked a bunch of weed from the major.
The
Right?
major.
You smoked an auto?
No, I'm smoking an apple banana.
Oh, you came back right after. That was crazy. You were like, looked like the major. Literally. It was like fuzzy like him and everything. There it is. Oh, it's back. It goes and
Oh,
comes and goes.
it might be my. I started noticing it might be time for a new phone. It's like 4 or 5 years old. But the prices
But
of
that's that
phones,
blurring.
I'll
It's the
probably
blurring on
use it.
the background.
In,
Blurry as
in
heck
Um,
sometimes.
is it better?
Background. Sometimes it's in the
Exania.
background that you and it's not even you, it's just the background is blurry.
Ah, well, it's not like visuals matter.
Right. We're just we all know what we're doing.
I do like major style of like just being in blur. I think there's like you just have to click a thing and it just blurs you.
It blurs you. Yeah.
Now I wouldn't like since I never did that from the start, and now it seems like I'm copying the major. But I at first I actually thought that his hands are so I've met like some growers that are like this. Their hands have so much resin and shit on them that everything they touch gets coated in resin, and that his phone had so much resin on the over the camera part that that's why it looked that way.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's what I thought 3 years ago when first I first saw him on here. I was like, yeah, he just has resin build up on his
It's on the
lens.
lens.
I actually grew a full goatee for my episode with Eagle. I look completely different because I
Well,
didn't want people to know what I looked like.
a lot of
I'm
I mean, at
here in
this point,
Thailand. I was smoking
if
pot. That
most
goes
of
to
us went
jail.
back, it's going on like 3, 4 years, or I don't know, it seems like right, at least three
Yeah.
years, 4 years. I kind of hey, some of you were around before COVID. I just came around with COVID. Um, yeah, I'm sure there's a whole everyone changes. That's just how it goes. But no, one thing about online things, like, some people like, I always, when I think of Spartan, I'm always like, the beard. Like he's really into his beard. It's not like,
Yeah.
oh, what would happen if Spartan cut off his beard? But sometimes people do stuff like that. Like then
He'd
you're like,
look like
holy
a
shit,
kid.
you wouldn't even recognize him for a while. Like there's been
No.
people that I've known like so long they had a beard, and then when they cut, I was like, what the fuck? I don't even know you.
That's hilarious.
Deadheads were like that. There was like a lot of guys out on tours, a common look, the bearded deadhead. But then a lot of times, years later, those guys would clean up and get a job or whatever. You'd see them, and you wouldn't even recognize them.
Oh, shit,
Maybe their eyes, maybe their eyes. Because back then, you just always assumed that look seemed like a cool person, like. But that wasn't always the case. Sometimes those guys were the sharkiest of them all.
The sharkiest of them all.
Well, like I always looked at like even the dead lot, it's like just like the ocean, you know. There's
Yeah,
like,
there's a whole bunch of fishies.
yeah, the big ones eat the little ones. That's how it goes, right?
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. Now it's the
I always
mafia. Yeah,
let
nitrous
the crowd
mafia.
go forward.
Hey, but I'll tell you, the last couple of days, the funniest part about, I assume all tiny horses, but at least these two, because I've had Chihuahuas, a lot of Chihuahuas over the years, and Chihuahuas are so small that like part of their instinctual defense thing is like that they just act tougher than shit, right? Like even though they're this big, they're fucking fierce as fuck, right? They especially when there's like bigger dogs around, they just act tougher, right? That's how tiny horses are. They're these little things, but like when they interact with the big horses, and the big horse is like sniffing them and could just like basically move its head and like just the thing only weighs a little more than me, the tiny horse. A horse could just shake its neck and throw you across the fucking yard, right? Uh, so the horse could stomp them or anything. But no, they're acting all tough and like going, "Ah, rah, rah, rah," like making this noise and like acting tough. But I realized, yeah, like if you're a smaller creature, I guess the you have to establish that you're tough. Like that's like just part of nature, right?
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I went to this ranch to pick up this friend of my boss's. It's oh, these people are, I forget their names, but they're like big in the racehorse business. And it was like, oh my God, this ranch, they had a full-time person. We drove by and this lady that we were giving a ride to was like, oh yeah, that's so and so. She's the new masseuse, right? And when I asked her, oh, there's a full time, it's 8 hours a day where these horses are being massaged by hand, like their neck and their back. I'm like, oh shit, that's crazy. So there's horses that get massages every day. Yep, they train, they this, that, and then they get a massage. But on this ranch, they had not only one hump, but they had a couple double hump. I guess it's like that's a real camel, the double hump camel. But they had camels. I was like, holy shit. I somehow I didn't think to take any pictures when I was on this place. Um, but they had camels.
Yeah, we used to get them at the fair. We used to get to ride them on baby elephants. Well, not baby, but the smaller elephants. Yes.
I could see where I mean, like until the last few months where I don't well, we have like a zebra horse thing, but other than that, we have basically regular animals, I'd say. I could see how you could get into having like, well, why not have this animal or that animal, or where does it stop? Like to be like, yeah, I don't think, well, maybe, but oh, I would sure love a baby elephant. That would be like, they seem so cool.
Dude,
until they grow up.
miniature giraffe.
Well,
That would be
even
awesome.
though
Miniature
the thing is that when you see elephants that are older that seem to do these tricks or whatever, or, oh, that's because they've been trained, and the method that they use to train them isn't really, yeah, you might want to
Kind.
question that. Yeah. But all right. So I don't know about, yeah, some animals, no matter how much you try to love them and make them into something, they're not. You know, like, yeah, they're meant to be whatever. They're not meant to be your like little fucking lapdog.
Yeah, like a bull or something. Those are fierce creatures, and people think you could just pet a bull and get away with it all the time.
I'm
Sometimes
telling
it
you,
might
like, even though it's getting a little older, getting bigger, but when the baby calf, oh, it's a bull, it was a baby bull calf. And when
that's
it
so
was like only a couple weeks old, oh man, that thing was the cutest fucking thing. It was. And as it gets a little bigger, it's still pretty cute, but
getting those horns popping through. It's funny looking. They start to get all
dude,
weird.
on the way to where we were going, which was way out in Temecula, past what they call wine country, to
Yeah.
where there's these like big horse ranch facilities. There was this one guy I only saw from the road, but I've never seen. I guess like oh, we have some gnarly horns on the bulls we got here, and the cows' horns are gnarlier than the bulls. Um, no, these horns were like this fat and like the biggest horns. Like it seemed like it wasn't even right, and that the poor bull or cow, whatever it was out in the field, there were a bunch of them. It was like so big on their head, they could barely, like, how did they even move around and lay down or anything? I was like, fuck, but they were the biggest horns I ever seen on and they had like a little maybe they had like 10 of them in this field. Pretty big field, but you couldn't miss them when you drive by. It's fucking the biggest horns you ever fucking seen. Some weird breed of uh cow that has like enormous fucking horns.
Yeah, I've seen those ones. They look crazy. Like you said, it looks like just doesn't look right. Like they can't move and do anything.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how it looked like. It seemed like, I know it looked cool, but and even in nature, I don't know. That might be some like creation of breeding that man had something to do with. Because yeah, like, first off, anything like that that most animals have, it has functionality. Like, that's why it's there. Even elephants, tusk, or any
Yeah.
animals, right? Everything there is functionality. And if you saw these fucking bulls, cows, whatever, with these fucking God, I mean, it
I
didn't
think the
even look
sign that
real,
those are
right?
hollow,
Like,
like they're not all the way. They're
and
not
I've
all the
seen the
way
big
hard.
elk, and I've
They're
seen
solid.
even these rams that have big fucking horns, but those horns are meant to fucking ram. I don't know what you do with those ones. Like, it would prohibit them from like going through the brush. Even when I feed these cow and a bull, and there's a certain noise when the two of theirs horns clack clack, right? But like, there there's a pile of fucking hay that you toss over into their thing, And I'm like, the one or the other's tip of their horn is like so close to poking the eye out of the other one. That's also just like going in for food. And they're going back and forth. The fucking horns are going click, click. But somehow they do this weird dance and none of them ever poke each other in the eye, even though those horns are like right there. It's weird.
It's a game called Flinch.
Well, I'm always thinking, man, because if one of those horns clipped your eye, oh,
Your
it'd fuck up
joint.
your eye. Like, oh, especially their eyes because they're like kind of bulge out. They're like, I'm sure it's happened because, yeah, horns, they
Yeah, it
just kind
does.
of move them around. Like, they don't know exactly. It's not like they act like they don't even know they're there,
Like
except
this.
when they're
They
ready to ram you or like whatever that's called. They
That's
lower
the
their head and come at you, and they're gonna use their horns. They
I
know
think
that.
cows can only see like they can't see like we can. It's more forward, and I don't think they can really differentiate between colors too much.
Well, it's weird because I didn't buy any of these tools, but we have like a lot of these rakes. On the whole property, there's only one red rake, and it's in the bull area. There's a black one up there too. Then we have this very, it's, I've never seen this type of thing, but it's a two-wheeler cart that, that's meant for a heavy duty trash can that like has this top on that clips on so the can can't fall off out. It's heavy duty.
red.
It's painted red.
I saw that. That
Now,
bull loves
I
it.
didn't know
That was awesome.
anything, but like I thought back to when I watched bullfights, and yeah, they use red. The cape is always red. Yeah, the bulls can't see much color. Oh, they can see red and they don't like it. All right. That's what so I asked the boss, I'm like, yeah, I don't know shit, but I remember watching bullfights a long time ago, and they use red as to track the bull because a couple times I was in like standoffs with them and I was using the red rake, like, oh no, that pissed him off more. And then I noticed that, yeah, when he sees this, the can is
Yeah.
gray that fits in the red cart, but the cart thing is enameled bright red, and
Yeah.
he's always trying to tip that fucker over.
Yeah.
Like tonight, oh, I went in there with a bucket full of chicken feed and threw it on the ground. And then they like tried to suck it up like vacuums, and then that distracted them like muck their fucking pen. But yeah, I realized
Bud's
that
learning.
the two tools I'm using actually attracts them, and like now
Pisses them off.
she told me that that's something that those particular bulls are trained they're trained to hate red and do this thing from the time they're babies. Like it's not all bulls are like that. Bullfights aren't that popular anymore, but living in San Diego, they had the bullfights in Tijuana a lot. It was popular. People bet on them, but like, yeah, it's kind of brutal. It's not cool.
I actually had a hard time when I first came to Thailand because I've got, I met some people that come from money when I came here. And a couple of them like to go out to the cockfights. And these fights, they still put the razors or the big things on the back of them. And yeah, those are
Yeah.
like really bloody fights.
Are you talking
It's
about
been
swords?
Yeah, it's been 20 years, but when me and my wife first took over this 300-acre property, the neighbor guy, Gregorio, who also did labor on the farm, he's still my friend. But then I lived right next to him and used to go over and knew his kids. He was like famous in the area and
For
and
training them.
and breeding them, right? So he had all these cages, and twice I went where it was on some big ranch on a Sunday and everyone parked way wherever, and it was all these people and they were all drunk and betting and
Rich.
doing blow and everything else. But I learned right then, two go in and only one comes out, no matter what. It's like even if it only got slightly injured, it like has to die. Like there's no, well, we'll patch him back up, he'll fight another day,
Nope.
right? Um,
Dinner.
and some of the ones that, he didn't always win. And yeah, that meant that that bird didn't come home. I was like, oh no, that's fucked up. Cause like I seen them on the day to day where they're raising them and feeding them and taking care of them. You only, yeah, I couldn't be that. Like I couldn't be that way with animals. Like no animal, like the smallest to the biggest. I just have a different view of it. But that's popular in my area. They
It's
bet on
really
it. Oh,
popular here in
they bet
Asia.
big, like so much money. And part of that is it's not like your word or anything. There's like, all this cash is being like put out and people like, yeah, I don't even know. Like I don't speak Spanish, but I've been to a couple of those, and I'll never go back. That was brutal.
Yeah, it was. I've had to go to two of them.
But he showed me that from the time these things are like cracked out of the fucking egg, they're okay. Yeah, they put the razors on and they do other things to train them to be better at it. But they're like instinctively born that way. Like you have to keep them separated. You're not gonna like turn one of those into a nice one. All right. They're like somehow they've instinctively bred into them to fucking hate the other bird and fight. Well, it's two males. Even while
Like those killer fish.
we have two separate, we have a gate and a fence to separate we have ducks, peacocks, geese, chickens. Okay. It's this one kind of duck. I can't remember the name that has like this weird red, like, seems like it's like somebody melted wax on its beak and head. Like each one's different. It's like some bizarre fucking bird. Some kind of duck, or maybe it's a geese. Um, okay, so the the dad has been trying to kill the son for like day one. Okay, and so that's why they got separated in the fence and the other gate, this whole thing, and pretty much most of the day and night they're on each side of the fence basically hissing at each other and doing this fucking like aggressive move where, yeah, somehow the father and the son hate each other and like all day long just want to get at each other, but there's a fence in between.
Holy shit! They
Sounds
think
like one's
people
going
are
to be
bad.
dinner.
Like if I said, what would happen if like they got through? She says, one of them's gonna die. Like they hate each other. They've hated each other since the thing was a
Yeah.
baby. I'm like, wow. Like even any day now, we're getting the zebra back. Years ago, before she had this horse, when I used to just come over and see her ranch, she had like a real zebra, black and white, right? She sold it to some lady. That lady calls her up after all these years. She wants to give her the zebra back. But she wants to sell it too because I forget what
Can't afford it.
she sold it to her for so much, and my boss was only willing to buy it back for way less because that's how she is. But
No, the horse is,
this
at the
other
end of its
lady bought
lifespan.
this zebra because she
Or
had a
zebra.
stud. She had a stud zebra, and she was going to breed zebras and make money. And what's happened 2 times? Yep, her male impregnated this zebra that she bought from us, and then proceeded to have a baby, and then trampled it to death. Right? And it turns out, yeah, one out of so many. It's not just, I've known cats that do that. Cats have babies and then kill their babies and shit. There's certain animals that do weird shit like that, right?
Yeah.
And in the mass, there's certain, yeah, one out of so many of them. So like, we're getting it back. We're not breeding with it. That's not what we're doing with it. But like, I joked with my boss. I'm like, so it's a murderer. That's why the lady, when you told me the story of why the lady doesn't want it anymore, I'm like, so it murdered its kids. It's a murderer. And I asked specific questions. I'm like, well, I mean, was it an accident? I mean, no. They said they had it on video. It was like intentional. Okay. They had cameras in the stall. Yeah, I'm like, oh, wow, that's gnarly.
Yeah.
But some animals are that way. Like,
Yep.
even animals in the wild. Like, I've seen
I've seen
shows
it. I've
about
heard it in the
that.
wild. Yeah. Like sometimes, yeah, the mother will like hide the baby. They know there's male
Yeah,
around.
If it's
nature's a
another
brutal
male,
thing.
Yeah.
Like in reality, human modern life has taken us further and further away from nature. But nature's still out there humming along, and it's a brutal ass thing. Like today, like, there was a big traffic jam, so it got postponed. But the vet came here. It was this relatively younger lady, and she had this truck that was customized to be like a horse vet on the road. And like her and her assistant pulled up, they knew right, and folded out the shit and fucking started setting up the whole thing because they were going to operate on Etchy, one of our horses that has like a fucking cancer thing going on. We move it, and yeah, it was gnarly. I I watched for a few and then decided I had enough. I had
nope.
other things I had to do today. It all went good. Um, yeah. Now
Yeah,
this lady's
I
a
can't watch
professional.
shit like that.
Like I deal with that horse all the time. Okay, the horse behaves and put a halter on and oh no. I would never think that horse would just stand there and let you do that to it. But like she was a pro. Like people that do this for a living and work with horses, yeah, like even the guy that does the shoes, I'm like his license plates says he comes from Montana. And he seems. I didn't ask him. Oh, are you really from Montana? He's from Montana. He's a real cowboy, right? And he's a farrier. He does shoes, horseshoes. And I watched him in action. Yeah, that's a fucking art, dude. Like you gotta bend like mold the fucking thing and bang on it and do all this shit. It's like you're a blacksmith and a horseman. Like
Mm-hmm.
it And oh, you think a horse is just going, yeah, here, fuck with my foot.
No.
Yeah. So
Man,
what's the deal? How often do they have to get that? Like they don't lose one.
well, there's that, and that there's foot care. They have to file, and it depends. And you know,
Have their toenails cut.
if you're riding a lot, then you're going to put wear on the shoes, and they're uneven. And like, wait, there's a saying: there's no horse without a hoof, or something like that. Like the hoof is the most important part. And there's all these things, like when it's raining, fungal shit. And that's why you gotta clean the underneath, scrape it all out, and keep it. You can't keep it dry, but at least. Oh, there's stuff we squirt in there, antifungal shit that keeps it from. I forget the name of the uh, real common thing. To be honest, one of the horses had it, and yeah, as soon as you lift up the foot, you can smell it. It's like some kind of fungal disease in the hoof, which the hoof is basically like a fingernail, but bigger.
Yep. And when it grows, the horse is standing on it. The horse actually gets pushed farther and farther back. So it's the longer that it grows, it's like standing on its heels if they grow too
Yeah,
long.
and I saw
I've
this
seen that
post
happen.
a couple days ago. That's like, oh, like humans wouldn't have
Neglect.
like we wouldn't have made like we're so far from it now we hardly even recognize, but like most of like our accomplishment as humans, as far as coming from this stone age forward or whatever, was with horses, whether it was building, moving, fucking everything, right? Like we wouldn't have,
Transportation,
like, what would we have without the contribution of fucking
people.
horses for so long?
Camels were the same
and
way.
and like
Oh, goodness.
Elephants.
I knew about it because a few people I follow, mainly Daryl Hannah, Neil Young's wife, and this other friend of mine in Belgium. We have wild horses, like by the wild horses on BLM land, roaming in basically in free land nature, doing what horses do in nature, wild horses. And we're like fucking like killing them from a helicopter and like doing all these things to kill them because they too like there's too much of population, or I don't know. Like I get the too much of a population thing, but let them sort that shit out. Like,
Mm.
but yeah, there's people protest that and think that that's wrong, to be like that our own government has money to like basically exterminate wild horses.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right.
But it's
Well,
happening.
I don't know. I don't have a problem going down to like southern part of the United States and at night killing wild hogs.
Yeah, but
I
there's a
don't
Yeah,
lot
have
of
a
I
that.
mean,
problem
our
with that.
relationship with horses is a little different. And yeah, I understand both sides of it, because when you see a gigantic pack, that's why there's no buff. We don't allow packs of fucking wild animals that become so big that it's massive, right? Well, the horse pack is pretty massive. It's thousands and thousands and thousands of
Is it?
horses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh,
Oh, that was part of nature
you
though.
never
Like
see them, and you don't hear
that's how
people,
they
singing.
survived. That's how the buffalo survived. And that's
The
how all these
javelina.
animals, like, oh, now because of human development, basically, oh, we can't
Yeah,
have that. You can't do what you were meant to do.
yeah, they must do damage then, just from what they eat,
Yeah, they do
consume a lot.
damage, and there's disease. It's unmanageable. There's
Yeah.
situations like that with other animals in certain ecosystems. Then even with the populations of different things, that unless nature probably would have handled all this shit on its own, and but we've urbanized and put roads and highways and fucking all this stuff. So we've disrupted their ability to live free, right? So then, and these zones that we've created for them, the things that survive are under pressure and things, and then ultimately we have to assist in keeping populations down. That's like part of fishing game, and there's a part of our government that's all part of all that management of it.
They
And
say about
a lot of that
300,000, including tribal lands, wild
is
horses.
ultimately to protect them. But sometimes you'd have to question that. But
I never met anybody that's come across them. I mean, javelinas or wild hogs or pigs. Yeah, that's people come across them and hunt them.
Well, no, it's only in this certain parts of the country, but
it says Nevada has one, but Colorado too.
Yeah.
Also Louisiana, a lot of your southern states, the hogs are a big problem. They'll come in,
a lot down there,
crops, everything.
Yeah, well, those things, yeah.
They want you to hunt them.
They come in at night and just about like fences and none of that stuff.
They root up everything you got planted.
Yeah. And they're like aggressive toward people.
Oh, really aggressive.
Right.
Yep. Like they're like, oh, fuck you, human. Like they somehow
That's why
they
you take them out at a distance.
It's weird that they like you'd think most animals are like basically afraid of us. And pretty much would rather flee than anything else. Not them.
No, heavily razorbacks.
Yeah, there's certain animals that whatever happened over the millennia here or whatever, they ain't having it. They hate us. But most animals are basically afraid of us, right? Yeah. Or we dominate or whatever. Or we think we dominate.
Yeah.
There's these
You're on the bull. You're on the bull one-on-one. Yeah.
I was just watching this thing, but there's these tribes down in like South America somewhere where they paint themselves red because the animals know that something that's red, it will defend itself more. It'll fight more, or it's more aggressive, like something that's bleeding to death.
Huh.
I could see that. That
I don't know.
wounded.
I don't know. It was a clip on some show I was watching. And I just saw another little like TikTok or whatever. It was Instagram short or whatever. Fucking, there's some tribe somewhere where the snakes are so bad that they all walk with stilts, like for like.
Yeah, I seen that. It's in Africa.
What?
Nah, yeah. See, I don't care.
Some of them like
you're
10
always
feet tall.
I would start walking out of there on my stilts and keep walking until I didn't need the stilts anymore. There's no fucking way that I could live where there's so many snakes that I'd have to fucking walk.
This sounds like it could be both. I mean, I believe you guys, but
no, snakes fucking weird me out. All the reptiles do. Even a few people that have had pets of like lizards, snakes, any of the reptiles. No, that's like I don't know. I mean, I guess they're just an animal like anything else, but no. Ever since I was a kid, they creep me out.
Hey, there's an island called Snake Island, and there's actually tons of killer snakes on it. People do not live there. They learned a long time ago. No.
I've seen documentaries on that shit.
Well, I'll tell you, like one of the most common injuries on a horse in Southern California is when a horse encounters, like you're up trail or walking a horse, or riding a horse and a rattlesnake, even just the sound of it, horse will fucking like rear up and buck you off, go crazy, run. And a lot of injuries are attributed to like
Yeah.
the snake horse encounter and
Yeah.
you being trying to be the rider of a horse when that happens. But one thing I realized with that, yeah, they have like ears that are coned and they move them around even if their head doesn't move. Yeah, they, they have good hearing. They hear every fucking thing. Even a
Okay.
few times when there's been some kind of they all are something happened in the middle of the day and like the turnouts, there's a big empty grass field, uh empty land, and a couple times I've seen it. This the head of a coyote cruising in the high grass. They were like on it in a second and like got all like alerted because they
Because their eyes are
coyote
on the
was,
sides of their heads and their ears
yeah,
are.
even though everything's fenced in, they're in their fence, the whole property's got a fence, no coyotes coming through, never has. Oh no, the coyotes over way on the hill, they can see it and hear it.
Yeah, and wild animals that have to live out in the wild to survive. Yeah, they're really alert. Anything squirrels, of course, like rabbits, anything deer,
Yeah.
just to survive out there. Have to
Or
be.
like the shit like frogs that can just freeze and their heart can stop and then like
In the spring,
they
fall
thaw out
out.
a few months later and fucking
Wasn't it iguanas also?
I don't
Well, it
know.
is like
They
Frogs,
I
fall out of
even
the
though
trees and then
I'm a
I suppose what we
product
got
of it,
around here.
I haven't really done anything to be closer to nature, even though I realize like the one thing humanity's done over all these years is we're like as furthest away we could be from nature, like our origin of nature. Oh, we watch it on TV. A few people experience it in
Oh,
little
I'm pretty
ways.
deep in it.
Well, but you know what I mean, though? Like when it really gets into like, no, like a lot of modern living and all the creature comforts of all that. Maybe that's not nature. Like we've separated ourselves out of that,
I can
right?
take you 5 minutes on a bike ride, and the
Okay,
minute I
we
step off my bike, I
yeah, we all
am
have
at
our
the
our,
bottom of
our
the food chain.
we have our little places to experience nature, and some people even go on like extended vacations in nature. But as a whole, like I'm not talking about an individual, as a whole, the like people are so far away from nature.
give these animals credit for just lasting the winter.
Yeah,
And a lot of it, they had to like endure like all of our development, the roads, the fucking all the things, the houses, the
I think we should
dams,
take
the
care of them
everything,
more.
like everything, like we never said, oh, we shouldn't do that. That'll fuck up animals. Now we're starting to, but for like a lot of years, oh no, no. Even I saw a thing about all of our dams and all of our country and the damage that did to fisheries and to nature and all that. Now they're trying to fix some of them and take some of them out. But for like all these years, oh, that wasn't part of the whether they considered what to build a dam or not. They didn't what it did to the habitat or nature. That wasn't a concern.
No, we need to control the water so it doesn't wash out these cities that we built along the rivers.
And ultimately money. Yeah, most of it had to do with money.
Now, if you're building hydroelectric dams, then
with what little we left, like untouched or pristine, which is still pretty much like, even though, like, yeah, there's a lot of land and nature still there.
Bro, there's so much land in California.
Yeah,
it's like so much.
Texas.
I look around and I see miles and miles of nothing, and that's just like I'd rather live in a city somewhere.
Arizona.
Like I want to
see Mexico.
I want people to live like on top of.
But like most of that land is owned by somebody. It's not just land. There's like there is some land that's just land, but I guess that's like BLM land. Like none of the land is just land, right? Yeah, BLM, it's all accounted for, right? It's all accounted for.
It's all somebody's.
Yeah,
there's much of it that there's like.
Oh, there's a lot of it. Oh, I think there's some places that are unaccounted for because, yeah, it's the God forbidden middle of nowhere, and there's no access, and no one. Yeah. It's hot. It's desert. Well, there's resources everywhere. So no, cold, I don't know. I don't know Alaska. If there's anywhere in America that's unaccounted for. It's either owned by the government or it's owned by somebody. Like private, it's been parceled out long ago.
Yeah.
You can still move to Alaska. And I think there's still areas that they'll actually give you a partial. Yeah, they can, that you can get a partial.
But I saw that on that, I forget what reality show, but that was like
nowhere.
Yeah, like literally to get that, you would have to prove that you existed in that place for this amount of time, which in turn only a few humans could even endure because there is no resource. Like you would have to be
flying shit in.
Yeah, or just really rough it and try to build it up and all that. Or yes, some of that's those reality shows. I forget all the names. There were some of them were better than others, but a lot of them had to do with Alaska, different parts of Alaska, and different people's lives up in Alaska.
Yeah, it's a hard life.
Yeah, like even the one place, it was like if the one guy was getting old, and so if one of his kids didn't like give up his life and wasn't in like a major city, but it was in like a big city in Alaska, and with his kid, and move out to there, then they wouldn't be able to, like they would lose the rights, right? Like it has to be passed down. And that was like that season was like the story of like, oh, was the son gonna like take over the homestead? Because if you in that particular thing, which was a national park, and they weren't issuing new ones, the only people that had these claims like grandfathered in, and if you didn't complete pass the lineage on, and it wasn't like, oh, we can just take claim to it, we don't have to be there. Oh no, you had to be there, you had to like live there out, like I forget what part of Alaska that was. It was in a rough ass spot. It was in one of the spots where like months they were getting ready to prepare for the dark season, which means the sun doesn't come up for like months. And it's 24-hour darkness and frozen tundra. Yeah, that takes a certain human being. Like when it's so cold out that you're basically confined to your little cabin, and hopefully you have enough resources to survive these months. That's like where when you think, oh, cabin fever, that would drive a person crazy. Like not everybody could. I'm not even sure I can handle it. Like I don't think I can handle it. I think I would like go bonkers like 6 weeks in, you know. like, oh, it's just white out and there's no way you can, like, you're committed once you're in. It's not like, oh, the quickest way to die would be to try to venture out there. Where are you going? You're 400 miles from the next person in the middle of nowhere. Like, yeah, that there was that one show. There was a couple old guys. Like, there was different characters on the show, but they were all fairly old. Oh, there was one new young buck that was the new guy out there, but and they had been living that way for a lot of years. That part of that show, they would tell their story of like, oh, I lived in the city and I had a job. I did, but then this was calling me, and I, for whatever years, have been out here in the bush or whatever they called it. Like, I was like, yeah, I tip my hat to those guys because they're living a like a fulfilling life, like hunting, supplying themselves, like being uh, independent or self-sufficient and inside nature. Oh, but the only places you can do that is like places like that, way out, like where like most humans couldn't survive there, or the desert. That's the other place you could go. But oh, yeah, the desert will kill you too.
Yeah, everywhere will get you.
Yeah.
There's a certain freedom, I imagine, like if you were just living that, like that your existence just had to deal with like your own, daily needs or whatever, or
I'd be
uh,
happy with only going and seeing people like once a week and
yeah,
living
and you
on a
saw
mountain.
that, oh yeah, these guys worked their ass off, like, oh,
Yep. Trying to
they
get
had,
ready for that winter time.
yeah, like everything they did, everything was, they did it all, like that was all, there was nobody else going to do it.
Yeah, see, that's too
I
much.
thought it was I thought it was really cool when I seen them milling lumber out in the wood with a chainsaw and they got that big long bar they move it down. I
Well,
thought that was slick as shit.
whatever happened, because like even toward the last seasons their family was obviously deteriorating, but remember there was this family that was like the dad and then the
Yeah,
wife, and what were their names, and then over the seasons they were like down on their luck, meaning the first season they were had
every
some deal,
year they were
but then they
down on
got
their
kicked
luck
out of that place, and then they were, then they,
on
the
a
other
boat.
place. What was their names? Oh my God, the kids, each son was like totally different. Like the one guy was
Yep.
like Tarzan in the fucking trees, little wild guy. Then the other guy thought he
Oh,
was.
you mean, yeah,
Electronics nerd.
They had a lot of seasons. Like they, I think, kicked off the whole Alaskan survival show thing.
Oh
Like
God,
they were
what
the
was their
first.
name?
They had a hit show. Like that show was pot. Like the,
yeah.
and they took advantage. A lot of people through that, like gave him money or gave him opportunities, but like ultimately, yeah, they were maybe
And they couldn't
gypsies.
make it.
Yeah, they went from like no, they went from like 12, like the youngest was like 12 to like 18. So they took like 5, 6 years of their lives. Like I watched them
Yeah,
grow up. Yeah.
and
I
then
remember
one had an
they all grow
alcohol
up.
or
Yeah.
drug problem. Like, oh,
Yeah.
remember when they moved into
They
city
moved to
because
Colorado or
whatever?
something, didn't
Then
they?
the one
Like
son,
last
like
place.
by the next season, needed rehab because, oh, he must have got caught up in the real world.
Yep.
Yeah, that that was a good story, and those people showed you that,
Yeah,
what
they
do
had
you call
ostriches
it,
in
that
that.
kind of
That was the
life.
last episode I saw. Remember the
It's
ostriches?
rough.
Yeah, I think the ostriches was the last episode I saw with them. I don't know if it got any further than that. Remember
And
they had
then
the
I forget, the
ostriches?
wife got sick, and
Yeah, they had
that's when I
ostriches in
kind of like,
Colorado or
once
somewhere.
the
I'm gonna
wife
look
was
it
in
up.
the rehab, it was hard for me because it was like, it was sad, like it wasn't like going good, and then I wasn't. like interested in watching a show that made me feel sorry
I
or
used to watch
like
that
that.
and Forged in Fire or whatever. That and Forged in Fire and something else, and that was all I would watch. But I was out in the
Well,
car.
I keep forgetting the name, but out of all the competition survival ones, the one where you filmed yourself and it was the last one standing won just under $1 million. That
Alone.
normally and that was legit. Each person was like so many miles away from each other, so they didn't know it. Like, and you were 100% responsible for everything. And uh, they they were always in a place that when the season started, oh, it seemed pretty nice. There was a lot of resources. Oh, but winter came, and if you didn't prepare, and and people would tap out, and then finally the wife and the team would come in to like you'd just be there one day and they'd come in because you were the last one that made it
Yeah.
and won the
Alone
money.
was good. That was a good
I
one.
forget what that show is called, but that one I felt
Yeah, that's
was
Alone.
real. I felt
Alone.
like it was yeah, all those reality shows, how real, but no, that one I thought was a real
Naked and Afraid
competition.
was good too. I like Naked and Afraid.
Yeah, and then it got a little like that's the problem with any of these shows. Once you have a couple seasons, and it sort of played out, and then you're just trying to like keep it going more seasons, and you're coming up with gimmicks. Um, yeah, I mean, Naked and Afraid had. Remember, they would have those other ones where it'd be like 40 days in Africa, and they would bring back
Tribes.
all the
Yeah.
all the
Tribe.
ex
Tribal.
people, and
Yeah, you got to
oh
make a
god,
tribe out of these four people. If you can't survive with them,
yeah,
you got to go your own way and try to find the other tribe. And if they accept
yeah. I
you,
mean,
that was
it
goofy.
seems it seems like
This shit was awesome.
reality TV and although I don't watch right now, but I'm sure there's still these shows on. But the heyday of reality TV that was a few years back when like oh there were a whole bunch of good like fuck all those shows they were really good for a few seasons
There's a
each.
there's 11 shows that were done in Alaska, and the one that we're trying to think of, the only thing that comes close to it is Alaskan Bush People, and it says it's on Discovery
No, but they
Channel.
didn't always compete in Alaska. It would be in some
Yeah,
like
they were like in
they
Colorado
moved them
once, or
around like
California
uh
for a minute, and they moved to.
Yeah, but I
God
thought they would have it,
You're talking about
you
the,
know.
the,
Alaskan
the
Bush
show
people.
Alone.
which one?
Alone.
Yeah, Alone.
No,
That's it. It's called Alone.
Yeah, that's the million
Yeah,
dollar one, right? Yeah.
the $1 million one. And the reason it Alone
Oh,
is because they drop them into these spots, and that's it. They have the camera gear. They're responsible for everything. Oh, they come briefly check their medical every so often, but they film themselves, and even in that,
okay.
some people do a better job of that. And a lot of times people that you think because like oh they all have qualifications to be that none of them are like just trying this they're survival people and at the beginning there's like 10 of them you're like oh okay this guy looks good this lady seems usually those are the first fuckers that like something stupid happens like they roll their ankle and that's it they can't fucking do it or some people freak the fuck out and quit and oh, there's been some dramas. Like I just remembered the one dude that climbed onto the back of this fucking moose with a knife. That's all he had. Slit the fucking moose's throat and had like 1,500 pounds of meat. Right,
And
and it
filming
was
it too
like,
at the same
dude,
time
he had
Uh,
so much
with a
meat,
selfie
that's fucking
stick.
smoked it
badass.
for weeks. He basically made a shelter out of meat. Okay, he had meat he was going to win. Like the rest of them, like we're trying to catch mice, like and like we're dying because they had nothing. This dude had a fucking moose. He's going to win. And then they the next couple episodes they start checking him like on the medical and warning him that like something's wrong. you're whatever, even though he's
Yeah,
buff and doing all this shit every day, he's eating nothing but meat.
yeah, too lean.
But that's when I learned that like moose has no fat in it. That's
Fat.
what they explained on the show. And
Yeah, they eat the
at the
brain,
beginning,
liver, all that.
this guy knew
Probably didn't
some of
do that.
this because he had harvested out of the brain and the parts of the
He did.
moose where he could get whatever fat he could out of it.
Yeah.
And he had long consumed that. That meat without fat, no, that. Nope, you can't survive on that. You need the fat.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I didn't know that. I'd think just fucking meat. If I had meat, I'd fucking better live forever.
Yeah.
You know?
He had
That's
blood
why
all over
Seal
him,
was such a
probably. A bull would be charging him, probably. Because
Yeah,
he's
and
the
then
bull would know,
because
like,
of
watch
that,
out, this
and by
guy's
that
trouble.
point, the fish had dried
He's got
up,
blood
and
all over him.
all
Nice
the
in
other
his hand.
the fatty things that he could have harvested, he didn't. And yeah, he had to tap out, even though he basically had enough meat for fucking 3 years, right? Yeah,
That's why seal is so important to
yeah.
Yeah.
Alaskans or whatever diet.
For the
There
fat.
were
You
like,
you
even
say
though,
Eskimo still?
like, hey,
Right.
I don't know if I'll ever be thrown into a
Bone marrow.
situation like that, but if I'm ever thrown into like a situation like that and I survive it by somehow, it will be from all the little things I learned from Naked and Afraid, Alone, all these shows, because even how to make a fire and even some dumb trap idea or shelter thing. I gotta tell you, I learned, vicariously. I remember even all the other things. I felt like, I've been a crabber, a logger, a fucking gold miner. Like you just went from one show to another, and you vicariously like got a little glimpse of what that little life was. Bluefin fisherman, you name it. Like
You can catch
the most
crabs.
obscure thing. Yeah, like. And somehow there's been all that. And even though there's been some pot shows, they've all kind of been lame. Like even Jim Belushi's thing was more like, I don't know, that was like a mockery. And a couple other shows like weren't. Why isn't there like a reality show where it's just like, okay, the same thing? Like, remember the Storage Wars, guys? That was a good show. Those fucking Storage Wars. I never actually did it, but I was like, oh, this looks fun. You go and you bid on this thing. And, what the one thing I realized there is that all those people had like a business, like a thrift shop, or like if you don't have a place to sell any of that shit, then it's what the fuck? You just end up with fucking more stuff to store yourself.
Renee and his wife are the only two that are still in like together and still in the business.
Well, a lot of that reality show, I mean, I can spot. I always, mainly because I've been through my own trips in life. Like you can always spot the trouble out there, like the drug problem, the marriage was fake, like the different things, like even what's it in the Storage War was the one dude and his hot wife that like had their boobs done, like made the show have her boobs done. What was her name? The storage chick. But then
the
I
lesbian?
remember, no, she was married to
Jared and something.
Jared.
Yeah. Lesbian.
And like they used her as like the sex appeal of the show, right? And they now I don't know for sure,
split.
but yeah, I'd bet money they're fucking like, yeah, that was all just. And once they got famous or thought they were famous, and
split right up.
A lot of
they had a shop too, so that could have caused a big riff of a business going from having a show and a shop, and you think you're going to make money, and then all of a sudden you end up losing money.
And watch these things. So from
Jared and Brandy, I think it was Brandy.
Yeah, Brandy.
Mhm.
From the Pawn Stars, that guy Chumley is like been sentenced to like a super long prison term, like one that means, oh yeah, you fucked up if you got that many years in prison.
Was it for meth or something?
Something. I
For
don't know
no, it was for
exactly.
sex crime shit, wasn't it?
Like it does seem like out of the whole
For eating
scheme of the
underage Anna?
reality stars, that one way or another, there's a lot of drama and tragedy. Like it didn't really bring good to like even
Anyone.
I saw a thing that Sig Hansen, he's the captain of the crab boat, right? His daughter Mandy, who was on the show, which their relationship seemed a little weird, but whatever. She married the other guy. Somehow she's in court claiming that when she was a kid, he molested her.
No.
I read that. Like now, sometimes when you read all this other shit about these people on the internet, well, I don't know how like what's true or not, but there seems to always be drama. Even remember the loggers, that one guy, he somehow like died in a car crash, head-on car crash, and
So J5, you talk about the midget wrestling or whatever.
Yeah.
So there is a guy here. What town was it?
About it.
Uh,
I'm a supporter.
Cyrus,
I went
Minnesota,
I
I
went to
think.
midget wrestling last year over here at Temecula. We had like second row, and I didn't know what to think. It was like at Lake Elsinore minor league baseball field. It was like this weird crowd, but somehow I ended up there. It was fucking fun. Like I remember going, I'd come back and see this again. Like there was
Have any
these
of you guys ever heard of the old WW or WCW wrestler, Rock and Roll Rick Zumoff?
It rings a bell.
Yeah, he ran this fucking midget wrestling circuit around here out of this small town, and there's a couple towns over from here, but yeah, apparently him and his daughter were fucking like I think she even had a kid of his or something like that. Fucking
Whoa.
weird. Yeah.
Minnesota nice, eh?
Like now that I'm thinking back to midget wrestling, okay, so there's like a certain, I guess, script to it. So there was this like hot chick wrestler that then somehow got in like her against these two midgets, right? And the midgets would jump off the ropes, and dude, the midgets were fucking gnarly, dude. Like the moves they would do, I was like, holy shit, did that guy just do that? I couldn't believe it. That shit was funny. Oh my God. It was I felt like I was in a scene from Fear and Loathing. There I was. I don't like, I'm not even gonna tell you how I end up there, but I'm in the like second row of the weirdest crowd I could ever imagine at a midget wrestling thing in the infield of a minor league baseball field in Lake Elsinore, like on a summer night.
Now, this one, they would go around to all these small town bars of like 200-300 people. Like Minnesota's got a lot of these little tiny towns everywhere.
That's the one where I was hitting on that dude's chick, Ryan. Same
Yep.
thing.
So I went there when I was a landscaper, and me and my buddy, we were both, I think we were both 19, maybe 20, but we went to some fucking like customer appreciation for the place where we bought all our materials from and shit. And it was like they had all their all the landscaping crews from all around were there and shit. So my boss fucking rented a limo, and he rented tuxedos for all of us, and we pulled up like we were just king shit or whatever. But like we were fucking drunk before we got anywhere, and like they let us into all the bars because we just were rolling up with all these guys in these tuxedos, and yeah, the one of the wrestler guys was hitting on the wife of one of our crew guys, this Mexican dude. And she's a big lady too. She's like three over. I mean, she could have been pressing 400 pounds, but he was fucking macking on her, and like the fucking
That's a
Mexican guy
Minnesota. That's a Minnesota 8.
he just went up and he punched that, he knocked him out, and we got kicked out. We had to leave.
Yeah, that stuff's pretty fun, I tell you.
Well, people are doing that and experiencing that right now. It's that their time in their life that right now at some bars, people shit faced doing all that shit that you did when you were whatever age. Same shit's going on right now. People fighting at bars.
Yep,
J5, I
that
found a
will
picture
never
of you.
stop.
Your mom did what?
I was trying to find pictures of you online here, and I found one finally.
Hey,
AI
Ryan.
showed me the way.
You should have the execution was not good on that one, bud. We're still waiting.
The what? The execution.
He said he had a picture of me, and then we're just sitting here not looking at anything.
Oh, you called him Bud. He's Ryan.
Oh.
Got a third hand coming out of your knee.
That's not a hand. That's
That's like 10 fingers on it.
That's my uncircumcised penis.
Your sheep grabber.
Yeah.
Grabs him by the hind legs, so you don't gotta fuck with him.
No, I just stick their legs in my boot. That's why I wear bigger boots, dude. You slide them right in the shit kickers, and then they can't run. Dude, I went to school with a dude that did that. That fucked cows. Like legit.
I've heard stories. Yeah.
Oh, everybody heard the stories and shit, but I literally went to school with the motherfucker, dude. Yeah,
I think I did too.
Gordy was his fucking name.
Todd was ours.
Gordy. I'm not gonna say okay, yeah, but yeah, fucking got caught fucking cows. The calves, not even cows, like the little baby ones, taking advantage of the little ones.
They're tender.
Oh my God. Like I think that should be like a capital offense, and you might end up like that's just the worst.
The animals even like
somewhere. Isn't people that do that possibly going to become a serial killer? Like there's a chance.
Well, in his case, I think that it was because he's never going to get a woman. I don't know.
Hey, in our local court, they sentenced the guy to the max, like I think 23 years. He was like stealing people's cats and abusing them, and it like it was the news story. They didn't get into detail, but they had victims, cat owners. So some lady had her GPS, and that's how they uncovered the guy and whatever. But yeah, the judge wasn't having it. He could have got just probation, but he got 23 years.
Don't some people marry animals? Isn't there some?
Didn't Tesla marry a pigeon, or was that Einstein?
Something like that. Yeah, something like that.
I know some super rich lady from New York. She died. She gave like 90% of her wealth to her dog. Yeah, and then had this whole plan that people that were going to care for the dog. It was like in her family that didn't get fought it in court. I forget she was like this famous socialite.
Maybe an AI caretaker
that had this little dog that was like almost as old as she was, and then like left all of her millions or whatever to the dog. I was like, wow. Dog's life.
I tried talking my friend into leaving everything she had to her cats because her family didn't give a shit about her.
No, the cat really can't leave an inheritance. Like that's not allowed. Where a cat can somehow,
Well, I think
so it's going to end there at the cat
Elmsley or some like super rich old. It happened years ago, and her family. I think it was a son and a daughter that sued, and they like tried to say that she was like not in sound mind. She was crazy. Like Like,
Uh-huh.
yeah, like to leave all of
Yeah.
your money to a dog. That must have mean she hated her kids a lot.
When she had real, yeah.
A group of cats. She was going to leave the money to the group of cats, and the cats were to live there. And they're not spayed or neutered, so they're going to have others.
Cat food
And the
mountain.
money just keeps going until, it runs out and
Would
that
they do that? You
property
have to
is
let it.
foreclosed and sold.
You'd have to
You
write that
end
in
up
there.
paying
But can
somebody.
you do that? See, that it's more
Yeah,
like almost like a cat shelter,
you
which
can
is something
appoint
else.
you can appoint a caregiver or a caretaker. I'm sorry,
You
not a
could do
giver,
that,
but
yeah.
a caretaker, and appoint someone a caretaker of your estate, and his only job is to go there and feed the cats and make sure that, place don't fall down, or run it
Okay,
out,
so
just with the stipulation that the cats are number one and you're number two. That would be the perfect thing. And then use the rent money, because she owned the house,
They
to
get the
keep
fancy feeds, and you
funding,
got to eat the kibbles and
to
bits.
keep feeding and paying the bills on the
Mounted what?
property.
yeah, see that's got a lot
Well, but like that would only last
better
so many
ending to it.
years because
Sounds
unless
better.
then the
The
cats have
property
babies,
taxes and everything.
the
Yeah.
cats have babies. Otherwise, oh, it ends when those cats die.
Well, she had like 8 cats. I mean, she had 2 litters that were on her property. So out of the 16 some cats, she had like 8 cats left, or 7 cats left. And it was just like, leave it to all 7 and their offspring.
I imagine
Meow, meow,
people
meow, 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 meow.
have like left wills creatively, and then even like told their kids whatever. Yeah, but this money right here is for the animals, or
Yeah.
made a trust, and because if people love their animals, yeah, that's that. Like you can't question that.
University of West Virginia is going to get most of my money.
I mean, I could see where like if, in a lot
I
of
just changed my name to
circumstances,
University of West Virginia. How did you know? I
you would
wasn't.
like make sure the animals were taken care of more than the people. Like people are fucked up.
They can fend for themselves. The animals can't. The animals were the only things that didn't lie to them.
The animals actually probably can fend for themselves, and the humans can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's some stories about those ducks. Pretty mean.
The ducks.
The ducks. When they're killing well, the one duck was killing its son.
Yeah.
You're saying, yeah.
Is it you found a story about those kind of ducks?
Well, we were talking about it earlier. The wild animals will sometimes kill their children, or just
The
They're the
males
animals.
definitely,
babies.
because they'll
Yeah,
feel
babies are a bit
threatened.
more. Yeah, or just the attention. They want all the attention.
Yo, Ryan.
What's up?
John in chat's calling you a welcher. Do you care to address it, or just leave it be feeling weird in there? Are you in chat?
I like Welch's grape.
Where the fuck is my thing? I can't get back to the thing now. Shit. Am I here?
Yeah.
Maybe.
So what else? So wow, it's
Is there
March
anyone
6th.
out there? 7th.
7th for you. Is it? Wednesday,
Unless
yeah.
you're looking at a digital phone or calendar, then it's probably already switched.
Yeah. Yeah, but wow.
Because it's what, 2:40 for you a.m.?
Um, not here in Colorado, but
Mm.
on the East Coast.
I thought you were one time
12.
zone over. Sorry.
Yeah, 12:40 something.
It's 3 o'clock. I know I should get something to eat, but I'm not hungry. I can't eat. I can't sleep. It's fucked up. So my parents are going to allow me to fix up my truck, and they're going to let me use their van. My dad's old van, I should say.
When I
Which would be
broke up there,
cool because I got a couple festivals to go to, and the bed in the back is pretty damn comfortable. Just no heater back there anymore.
when I broke up this last joint, I found a seed. A single seed from GMO by T1000.
There you go.
T1000, yeah, that's another one.
I was getting this cheese, and the guy was doing a Godfather OG. He did another one, but I didn't care for it. But I was able to pull seeds out of that, and he grows outdoor. So it's Thai pollen that was hit. So I think those are going to be interesting.
What are you puffing on, bud? What's the flavor of the day?
Well, today I mixed it up for the most part, but this is the tail end of a apples banana joint that was killer. It
Yeah, I
hitting all
like
the
that
way
one you
down,
did.
all the way down to the road.
I like the taste of that, and I like the high. I like the high of that one better than slaps.
Well, slaps is good because slaps is grease monkey and something.
I bit on some cheetah piss seeds today.
Oh
I won't know
yeah,
till tomorrow.
but now who
I
like
have
so
cat
cheetah
piss.
piss seeds come from what? A cookie collab or where do they come from?
Yeah, fucking cookie release.
Yeah,
You know, they got
it's
their
like
packaging. It
even
would be
today, homeboy was at. I've had a meeting at the spot. I was there in the daytime, and yeah, homeboy was there. The guy we get all the clothes. And he works for some place in LA. Now I could probably ask him, but I never ask him. Maybe Sam, who's friends with him, knows, but I never asked him. But oh no, these are like facility clones. Like, oh, he was telling us because oh, we already took a few, but he's like, oh no, you guys are going to want to run a lot more of this. This is banging at our facility. He just works there. It's called Sherb Crasher. I'm not sure what the lineage or who that one came from, but it's like a facility that I guess pays rights or pays to get a hold of certain strains.
Yeah.
But somehow they leak out. Like that's
No
the
wonder.
thing. Like I realize that a facility like that, like if there's a will, there's a way. Like,
Buddy, I've been talking
no,
to you. Hey, that dude that you were talking about, Boston Rob, that's who made that Sherb Crasher.
oh
But it's not.
really?
It's Boston. It's Boston Roots is who it is.
And
Boston
he's
Rob is that dude
responsible.
on FTP.
That's a strain that's from him, that from the East Coast that made it all the way out to a
Yep.
facility in the West Coast.
Yep. Bloom worked with it. It's popular. It was very popular. Sherb Banger. It's and Sherb Crasher.
Well, I know I've smoked Sherb Banger, but I'm never
Okay.
heard of Sherb Crusher, but
I wanna.
I believe you.
I could have them mixed up one way or the other. It is, but I'm thinking it's the now I'm screwing it up. Crasher and Banger. Fuck.
Yeah, I don't even try.
Don't quote me on it. Now I'm confused. Confusing myself.
I've been in Thailand. I don't know shit about genetics because the past 8 years.
I go see
I'm
what's up in chat
definitely
here.
done everything out there. I got a nice selection of this year Thai
Well, I know,
seeds.
like these facilities, they're not taking chances, right? They're not like putting any amount of plants that they don't know. Like they're not trying, they're not
Now it's
testing, they're
got to be
not
proven.
searching.
Well, just because the
And
dude's a dick doesn't mean that
so
the
like a lot of times how I think these places end up acquiring things is people that have things hit them up and show that it's a proven thing, and to a
Every
place
once
that's
in a while you get
at
lucky.
that scale, then paying whatever fee to acquire something that's like
Contract.
proven out, that's you're not gonna grow a bunch of and realize it's not
Firm.
not good or not good, no. And like I realized, why would I like that? These have already been hunted, they've been searched, like somebody did all that. Like this is even though it's not your selection, well, um, it's a selection, and that took whatever amount of time, effort, people, to why out of apples, bananas, this is the cut. You know what I mean? Or this is the cut. This is the one they run. It's not like they're running a whole bunch of different ones. Oh no, it's always one cut.
Yeah, because someone that originally had a whole bunch of seeds, because there are people out there that do buy 10, 15, 20 packs of seeds just to do a big seed hunt to find that one or hope that they find that one special cut.
Well, it really was like a year, maybe longer. My partner Gary, we always have dinner, talk about a bunch of shit. And like we were talking about things, and then he was like, yeah, out of the things we run, because like even my spot, oh, I did my own thing and cracked all these fucking hundreds of packs of seeds and grew small amounts of all these different things. The other place, it's like production, right? So that's what he was referring to. The only, like, what have we run in the last so many years? Any of those ones, like, because I'd always be excited. I'd always show. I'd always anticipate all these different seed projects. Oh, this one, the next one. There's so many for like years. Nope, none of those are what we run because none of those made the cut compared to these variety. Because we had Don Mega, we had fucking Donnie Burger. This has been going on for a while. Right now, in the last period of time, we've had these. Now we're up to 5 different ones, all from the same little source.
Click.
Like even I have a whole bunch of seeds that I brought over there. They've been sitting on the shelf. Yeah, even myself is like, I'm not even gonna like, because then I'd have to, okay, take X amount of space, possibly seed or pollinate a room because you're putting seed plants. You don't have any idea what they're going to do into a production facility. No, that's why they've sat there for months. And I'm like, nah, I don't have any desire to. Oh no, outside I'll just grow anything. That's a different story. Like, yeah, that's where I realized, yeah,
I
sky's the
won't win.
limit out there but indoor, no.
It's got to pay for itself.
And even we're only running a few things. Like today, dude was saying, "Oh, well, they have this and they had this." And
I'll take 2 of each, please.
So I bid on those cheetah piss seeds, right? Which I
cheetah piss
probably
is
won't,
killer.
but I won't win these because I was the first bid, you know. There'll be like a dozen bids after mine probably. But if I could get it at that price, I'd take it, you know what I mean? At the starting price. I won't get into a bidding war for it or nothing. But I also bid on a pack of cheetah piss S1s or BX1 maybe. I can't remember, one or the other. But for $15, which I'll probably end up winning actually.
Exactly.
Which is cool, whatever. For 15, fuck it. Give them to me. Some dude out of Colorado I wasn't familiar with.
A true BX is actually like 3 or 4 years worth of work.
It would be an RBX is what I'm thinking. I just don't think it was an S1. I'm saying that. If I remember right. I could
Well,
look.
an S1 would be mean it was self, so
Well, I know, and it didn't say
feminized.
S1 on it. It didn't say S1 on it. You know what I mean? I know that because I remember that. I'd be like, oh, it's the cheapest S1. But I think it like sounded like it was an S1. Where is that? No, but
Yeah,
15 bucks, what the hell?
at least you grow a lot of them, but then you're addicted to seeds and getting seeds.
Oh yeah, horribly. I found I found content on pot on YouTube, and I found seeds buying during COVID. Those are my 2 things. Oh, and I got my first social media.
It's 1 o'clock. I think I'm going to get out of here early.
All right, Jeff. Thanks for
Yeah, thanks
stopping
everyone.
in.
Who's
Yeah, it
leaving?
was a good time.
Jeff? Adios.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Later.
Oh shit.
And I'm gonna follow suit because I got to get up in the morning. And it's what did he say? It's 1 o'clock.
Yeah, but it's what?
Yeah.
Midnight for you?
No, it's
Wait.
2 o'clock. So it'd
Oh,
be
it's midnight. Okay,
No,
that's been my
Bud's in
goal.
California.
Like if I go to sleep around midnight and then I'm up at 7, I feel like I got enough sleep. That's been my goal. Some nights, I've been coming home once in a while. Not
Oh, $10
I'll,
is all I did on
I'll
it.
come home at like 3 or 4 from working, and
Can
then
I,
oh man, it fucks up my whole. Yeah, I get through the next day, but it takes me like 2 days to make up for the one night of not sleeping enough.
is Ryan in here? Ryan,
I'm in your mom right now. Can I call you
well,
back?
can you pull it out and tell me how to get my screen on the screen?
Yeah, I see right now, baseball player.
Or can I? Oh no, I'm saying like, can I put a picture of that pack that I could? No, I don't know how to do it. I'm on my
All
Instagram
right,
page.
but I'll be in chat listening. You guys can tell me a bedtime story, and then I'll fall asleep.
All right, Cap. This is what I got. Listen here.
Well,
This
I
is why I
need
was
to
confused.
talk to you, Bud, tomorrow.
Yeah,
Just text
like
me a
usually
time that you're
around,
going to be free.
usually after or tomorrow's Phil's show, like 8 o'clock tomorrow night, my time, or I'm usually free from like 12 to 2 in the daytime.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's what it
So
says,
that's
Cap.
like 4 or 5 a.m. for me.
Yeah,
I'll
or
catch
8
you
o'clock.
at night
Yeah, yeah.
because that's like noon for me.
Like usually I'd say earlier, but tomorrow's the quintet is I'm watching the stream from like 5 to 8 o'clock.
All right, so just after 8.
Yeah, yeah. We'll
All right,
figure it out.
brother.
Call me. All right.
Peace.
Later, bud. Listen to this, Pat. Here, Cap. This is what it says on it. BX 3 BX feminize.
Okay. So they took a cat piss BX from someone and feminized it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. That's
exactly.
therein lies up. That's why I was like, I think it's
Well, you're going to get a nice big broad picture
for $10.
because not only are you going to find the original parents, you're going to find the original parents of the BX in there too.
Yeah, right. It'll be a fun one to take a peek at. For $10, why not? What the hell? And I have a package coming from this spot anyway. And I, like the more I can get in for take advantage of that shipping and handling.
Yeah,
It's
you
funny.
may even want to go to like 20 or 22.50 on that pack, but you'll probably win it at that
I'm
price.
gonna get it, dude. I've seen this, and it's from a SoCo Genetics. I guess it's I think it's Southern Colorado. I didn't check them
I
out
think
yet.
mine came from 707 Seed Bank, my cat piss.
Yeah, so like the $10 is straight up $10 because the shipping's already paid for, type of thing. You know what I mean? Which is nice because sometimes, because if I would buy it, it'd be like $20 actually, because you have to pay 10 for shipping normally.
I got on one day and it was like 420, like shit. I want to say like 6 years ago or so. And I just hit up 707 Seed Bank on someone's seed page because they said, we have a sale. It was 70% off.
Off 707?
Yeah. So I was getting packs for like $15,
Load up on that
$20.
push cleaner or what?
Yep. That's the one that was too. It was the Cush Cleaners.
That'd be a fun one.
All of them. I went through all the crosses of that. Basically, I got.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I grabbed those up, and for that price, it was like, hell yeah, I'll take this. And then other people had, because he ran that deal, people put up flash deals for the day. I ended up spending a lot of money on seeds.
Uh, easy to do. I want them all, dude. Can't help it.
Well, that if you look at my seed collection, you kind of look at it that way too. God damn, what did you try to do? But actually, if you look at it and you look at the males that I have to use, then you can kind of see where like 2/3 of the seeds match up with the males. The other third of the seeds were like gift seeds, free seed day seeds, ones that I really didn't pick out.
Word.
But basically everything I bought kind of meshed together or meshed with this or that male, and there's a little planning to it.
Dude, I've got shit going in so many directions. But like you're talking about like setting males and picking packs for other packs kind of shit. I probably got 15, 16 of those in there right now. That fuck, man, it's overwhelming. I gotta quit it because it gives me anxiety almost now. Like when I think about all the shit I want to do and how to do it.
Well, that's why I say those PVC plastic bags for catching pollen are really fucking awesome, because you can take and you can pop literally 20 packs of seeds. And once you sex them out and pull the males out, you can put all those males into like one tent or one area. And you can just tie them off with bags and get rid of the rest of the material, collect the pollen, and then as long as you dry it out and store it properly, it's good for a while. But there's a lot of people out there looking for pollen on certain things. But just trade them pollen for seeds. Don't make money off of it. Make friends and trade. Because if you give someone a good deal on some pollen, then who knows? They may send you a 50 pack of everything they made.
Yeah,
I've been known to do that.
Would be pretty ballsy, actually. It's just shipping it and everything. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's gonna make it and be viable every single time. That's a touchy thing.
Well,
depending
that's
on the
why
time
you look under a magnifying glass to make sure that it's viable, and you pack it correctly and you ship it off.
Well,
there are going to be parts of the times of the year that you're not going to want to ship, and there are going to be times of the year that are best to be shipped. But you have to understand it's going to go in the air no matter what.
Yeah.
So it's going to go through a range of climate. But I've had no problem sending it before in mail. And that's why you're not charging for it too, because you can always send more, or just say, well, pick out something next time. And that person, it's not like that person gave up $100 bill or a $50 bill and they're out money. They may be out some seeds. Well, make it right the next time. That's all. I'm sorry. The workers have come home.
In perfect harmony. What's up, hardcore? Can we sing Kumbaya and hug and stuff? Are we good?
Well, yeah, no, I'm tired. I gotta get to work in the morning.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose. Should we call her, boys?
I
Yeah,
might
I
I can
got
stick
some
around for
shit to
another
do.
20. Suppose
Oh, what
9 more
time is
minutes.
it? What time is it?
All right, our 20 is only 9 minutes.
Oh shit. Yeah, yeah. Fuck, I don't
We'll
even got
stick
time to
around, hang around.
open this one. Hey, you want to hear the list of fucking seeds I bought last month? That I still haven't, I haven't even gotten these yet. Well, I've got them, but they're not. I got a couple of addresses I send seeds to and shit. I haven't been over this one in a while. What the fuck did I do with that list? I got a list sent to me.
I want a pack of archives face off. If anybody's got a pack of that out there, I know it's a little bit older of a pack. I'd be interested in that. We can trade or something.
Face off OG, huh? She's
Yeah,
Archive's done some good fucking work, man.
I
So
really
much.
like that one. That one takes care of the nerve pain for me. So it's really nice. I enjoy smoking it. I've got another little project that's going to be fun when it's done. I took Red Setter Farms strawberry and cream, and we crossed it with East Bay, which is a sour dog times I-95 times I-95D.
Captain,
So
I figured you'd be the kind of guy that's like Death Star or fuck off. And you just dump fucking stem pollen of Death Star on everything you see.
There is no pollen of Death Star. That's the whole thing.
You tickle it out. Come on now. You can tickle it out. You want to hear what I fucking bought? Some of these are single seeds. It's pretty funny. I think it's probably been a couple months. So yeah.
Did you see all those seeds I had earlier?
I didn't. I'll have to go back and watch.
Oh yeah, you have to go back and watch that. There's like 6,000-7,000 seeds that I showed off. Some of them are only like 110, 140 per pack. Those are like the ones from Laos.
Right on.
But these are really good seeds.
My cough button is shit.
But yeah, go back and look at that.
I will.
Some of those seeds are going to be given away at Free Seed Day.
I got Mango Sticky from Sin City. That was a 3-pack freebie, I think. Mango Sticky. I don't remember. Mango and something. Mango times something.
But
Mango times his Sin cookie. His Sin Mint cookie.
Is that a mango a haze? Or is that like an Afghani mango?
It's an Afghani mango.
Yeah. That used to be like in 2005, that like took over the smoke that I could get all the time for my medicine. That really worked for me. And then about 2015, it turned on me. It gave me paranoia, panic attacks. It sucked. but that plant produces a lot. Is yours really big buds? Stacks really hard?
Yeah, I looked at that one online. It looks like a nice one.
If you can get that with the cookies that
Yeah.
stacks really hard like the Afghani mango does, those are
Dude,
going to be
a lot
big
of people
buds.
a lot of people work with his cinnamon. So there must be a reason so many people use the fucking thing.
We took the Ohio Afghani mango and crossed it with a Sensi Star last year.
Yeah. Sensi Stars, that's my one of my all times.
Yeah, I'm going to be doing a big Sensi Star run.
Nice.
I'm going to be doing a lot of runs. Let's put it that way. They're all lined up, and all they have to do is follow the paperwork.
All right, I'm gonna read this list. See if there's anything you want me to stop on. Okay, so then I've got Game Time. Well, I'll tell you what that one is because I know what it is. It's Don Mega by Red Runts. Amethyst Hammer, which is a auto plants, but regulars, regs. So there's males in there. I was gonna hunt some males or do some shit with some fucking auto flowers and hunt a few males from that one and some of hillbilly herbs. To hit all these all the fucking I've got all this fucking Night Owl and Mephisto and shit like that, femmes. So I figure fuck hunt a male from one of those and fucking hit all those femmes.
Yeah.
Get the idea.
You got the male.
Yeah. So anyway,
I've got a couple auto flowers that are regular, and that's the only reason why I took them is because they were regular.
And this dude that made that Amethyst Hammer, that Thor dude from Viking Gardens, he does pretty good fucking work, dude. I've got another pack of his with males too. A fucking like kind of like his Sherbert or something like that. What else do I got? Oh, this one I want to pop this one actually. The Hu Odi tribe that from Nerds, like a fucking gassed up fucking chem, I think, with Boggs strawberry, sour strawberry. Yeah, that would be a fucking good one. Gosh.
Yeah, I've got a friend that's got like 5 or 6, 7 packs of that strawberry sour from Bog.
That's a fuck. I got bog packs. I got a pop too. Those are. I really should focus on all that shit, like the stuff that needs to be increased because it's fucking not getting any newer.
Starting to get old. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I would do. That's why I say, I look at these PBS bags because I come from, only being able to do 1 seed crop a year when my grandparents would go to Florida. And 2 of my friends, we would save clones throughout the year, and we would pick 1 male out of the seeds that we popped that year. And we'd cross everything with that male. So I was only able to get 1 a year. And with that seed bag, or that bag, being able to collect that pollen to make the seeds, all of a sudden I can speed this up so quick. It's not even funny. But I can take all the males and just throw them into like 1 tent and close it and only have to worry about watering it and not worry about the rest of the plants getting pollinated.
Cheers.
Cheers, everybody.
420 and oh gosh, I gotta do that too then, huh? Probably. What was I looking at? Shit. Oh well. What are you smoking, Ryan? Still puffing that Gary or whatever?
Yeah.
What about you, Cap? What are you puffing on?
White Widow.
Oh, nice. Throwback.
Yeah, and I can't wait to get farther down the bag because it's just covered with teeth at the bottom. I opened up this guy's jar over here and it took me back to the White Widow of like the late 90s, early 2000s, like 99, 2000, 2001 Amsterdam. And I said, I'll take
Damn.
20 grams of that.
Oh, dude,
I should have grabbed more of it.
Hey, listen to this, Cap. I bought a. Oh, I'll just keep going on the list. Whatever. Fruit Frenzy. I got 2 packs of that. It's Fruity Pebble OG by Gas Guzzler, I think, or something like that. Is that what it is? I think it is Gas Guzzler. But I got a couple Black Dog seeds, dude, like single seeds. Kind of stoked on that one. What else? There's another one. Oh, some Mother of Berries. I got some Mother of Berries, dude. You remember that one, Cap?
No,
Seeds back in the day, Mother of Berries.
no.
Yeah, it's an oldie but a goodie, dude. It was like one of those first ones that was like a blueberry cross that didn't suck.
Hey, finding a good blueberry was hard.
Right?
Now,
Yeah.
for those people out there, if you hear about an Ohio blueberry, and this Ohio blueberry what actually, believe it or not, won a cup in Amsterdam, a High Times Cup, I think.
Did we talk about this
And
before, Cat?
it's an indica. It's a really fat,
Yeah, the fucking
short.
leafy one.
Yeah.
It's kind of leafy and just is
So
delicious. Yeah, we talked about this one night, or was it me and Bud?
it just recently probably I talked about it.
Jimmy Toucan has it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
who told me that that's exactly what that one is. So if anybody comes across that one, it holds the blueberry flavor. I
Oh, dude,
really
I
like.
smoked it all day. That was like when people talk about daytime weed, I'm like, yeah, whatever. Like now I just smoke Kush and when I wake up and Kush when I go to bed. But I used to smoke that blueberry like all day and it was addictive. That was like in the bong snap days, right? So you just pack those little one-hit bong rips and just fucking it's just so delicious all day long.
Yeah, it wasn't a sesquiterpene, that was for sure. As soon as you took that first hit, that blueberry was kind of gone.
Yeah. Yeah, it was
That's
perfect.
what I thought of it.
Yeah. What else is cool in here? Oh, something called OGKZ. So that's a fucking OGKB Skittles cross, but it's like an early one, supposedly from somewhere overseas, I think, like or like Humboldt, whatever, like the not whatever. They're both not very cool, but there's an org and a seeds org.
Yeah, I heard about they're out of what, Spain?
Something like that, I think. I don't know. I think it's one of those ones that
Yeah.
you're just kind of like, I don't know, but whatever. It was the right price kind of thing. Oh, strawberry gelati. That's from Sin City too. That'll be. It's a different gelati though than the cookie one. I know that. I think that's another cinnamon one. What the fuck? Oh, iPoppy. That'll be a cool one. That's Gary by Red Runs.
Yeah, see, I didn't buy into any of that fruity stuff because I live in
Kids
Thailand.
love it.
There's enough fruit
They
here.
like purple too.
And all the fruit stuff that I have here now, that fruity stuff, the Thais want it.
Yeah, yeah.
But, just
Dig it, bro.
because it doesn't have, exotic's name on it, they look at you when you tell them 4,000, 5,000 baht for a pack of seeds, and they look at you and then they put it
They say, what
back.
the fuck?
But then they go and they pay 38,000 baht for a pack of Dante's Inferno.
Oh yeah.
Or they're paying 9,000 baht for
It is a
a
big
pack of
plant, bro.
copycat. Copycat. Something you can buy 4 packs for 100 on the 420 sale. Over here, they're getting close to $300 a pack.
That's whack, Jack.
I've got Cricket and Casadas shit here. So I got Bob Hemphill stuff, and I've got like Pastry Chef and some of the other stuff that he did.
They're singing
And
strange
I
tunes.
I tell them 400 or 4,500 baht, which is, less than $150 a pack. You can't buy them off of Bob and have them shipped here for that. But goddamn, if it says exotic or in-house.
Sounds like Thailand be tripping, cat.
No, but I tell you what, they are now finding out that they really like gas, chemical, really stony pot because it gets them high for a longer period of time. But they're not buying it because it does. If you put 34% THC on it, it would fly out the door. But because it's got like 19%, it just sits there. They don't even look at it.
Gas gets that ass. You gotta tell them, cat.
Well, the shop around the corner that I would say 98% of the sales are to Thai. Every time they get a gassy one in that I really like, they sell out within a day or two. And they go through like 50 grams of it in a day or two. And it's like, fuck, I can't get any more of it. And some of the farms that he gets from, you just can't order it from them. You got to go out to the farm. Like there's new strains sitting up at the shop today. They came in last night. I just fell asleep and never made it up there when he was there. But there's new strains in now. And I'm going to go visit that guy's farm probably next week or so. I may even do it tomorrow, depending on how I feel. If I wake up again like I did today, I'll go up there and take a video and send some clips off to Fumidor, and he can put it up on the show for us.
Clippity clip. Load the clip.
Well, mine's just going to be raw footage, and he'll be able to take the bits and pieces out and, make sure that those are good quality. Because I'm no professional at this.
Have you heard of Barbara Bud?
No.
Another like early finishing, I believe blueberry cross. From up in Canada.
I haven't heard anything out of Canada since Mark Emery back in the 90s. So
this is probably there back then. Barbara Bud. I know it's been around for a long time. And
I
early
don't know. I looked at that magazine quite a bit, and that doesn't ring a bell at all. Because I
I'm not.
actually thought that was a decent magazine. It was a lot better, I thought, than High Times.
Dang you, cat! Now you're gonna make me look it up. I wonder if anybody in chat knows what I'm
No,
talking about. You do that first.
but I am going to have to go and get some shit done today. I got my phone bill. I got to figure out why it's fucking almost $50. I don't remember calling anybody. Oh, I called the bank. I had a problem with the bank. They cost me $50. Holy shit.
Did you know that just looking at a picture of someone yawning can make you yawn? Or just reading the word yawn can make you yawn?
Hearing someone definitely
Yeah,
can.
that's I've experienced it.
When I trip really hard, I yawn.
That must be
And
a
I ain't tired.
indica, right?
Boy, I
I
suck at
can't
typing
see
and stuff.
nothing. Only thing I can see is a little kitty cat sleeping.
Good. Come on, how do I send it now? Oh yeah. Boom. Nope, still didn't do it.
He was meowing at 6 o'clock this morning at my door. Good thing I love cats. Kill you, you little son of a bitch.
But he loves you, cat.
Oh yeah. What happens is his owner goes to work at like 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning.
I'm trying to send
And I'm usually up during the hot time of the year early and out on my front porch, and he
Southern,
just
that was a
knows I'm
lot of
up
work.
in the morning.
Whew.
So he spends his day with me, just hanging out.
He's your what's it called? It lives a double. It has two lives. It's like multi-personality or something. Cat.
Well, I'm the daytime
You're,
guy,
you're
and
you're the daytime sugar daddy, and then it's nighttime sugar daddy's next door.
yeah. Well, I'm glad that one feeds him more than I do.
I don't know who's got the better deal. I ain't seen the cat. Oh,
I don't. I definitely don't. I get used. He uses me for water and keeping the other cats away from him.
Friend zone. Hate when they put you in the friend zone. Fuck. The worst. Who we got tonight? Oh, Larry Parrish. Ranger. Looks like he had a pretty good. He didn't do shit with the Expos. He was with the Expos for a long time. But then he had a little run there in the early 80s with the Rangers. Averaged about 20 home runs a year. Old Larry Parrish did in his heyday. Whoops.
Lance Parrish was a hell of a lot better.
Became a bit of a drunk after. Yeah, had a hard time standing up.
Lance Parrish was a hell of a catcher.
I wonder how they were related.
Don't know.
I should read the back of the card. Something to tell you that. Yeah, this dude played a long freaking time. Doesn't tell me shit.
It's starting to get hot out here again.
All right, fellas. Well,
We should call it.
Yeah. Well, what time is it now? Is it almost a 20 again?
No, it's
Okay.
3:36.
Good
It's
then.
almost
Yeah.
22.
Good point. Good point. Those birds are tripping me out. Yeah, I should probably get out of here and go to bed.
My doves.
Yeah, dude. So trippy. You know what I mean? What the fuck? It kind of fucks with your head.
Actually, I've been thinking about coming out and putting like a recorder out here for like 5 o'clock in the morning until like 6:30.
Well, I bet it's fucking wild,
Because,
dude. That's
well, every couple like 15, 20 minutes, different birds will like wake up. So you start off with like the chickens that never stop, and then you get these other local birds that start at like 5:30 in the morning, and it progresses, and by the time you get to like 7:30 or so, you have all these birds. It's just beautiful.
Do you have any rockin' robins?
No.
Tweedly, tweet, tweedly.
I already did it, dude.
No.
You're off. You're off, bro.
But I have geckos that say fuck you. Fuck you.
Very much. Fuck you very much.
So on that note, everybody, we'll see you tomorrow, noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. here in Thailand for the noon safety meeting. Thanks for hanging out with us. And who wants to sign off first? I think I'm host. I don't even know.
I probably won't make it to the safety meeting because I'll be sleeping. Have a good one. Later, Cap. Later, Ryan.
Peace.
Later, chat.
Later.
If I can get out of here.
Okay.
Did it again.
Later.
Later, hardcore. Everybody out in chat, take it easy. Peace. Humidor, shut her down, buddy.